And welcome to the March 15 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Dish,
Here.
Councilmember Griswold,
Here.
Councilmember Song,
Here.
Councilmember Grand,
Here.
Councilmember Radina,
Here.
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Iyer.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson. Here. Councilmember Briggs.
Here.
Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I'd like to move DC 4 to directly after INT 1.
Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Nelson. Is that friendly to the body? Thank you very much. Further discussion of the agenda as amended. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator? Was that a no, Mr. Crawford?
That is a no. Thank you.
All right. Well, it is our collective loss. Our first introduction with respect to the proclamation of Ruth Bader Ginsburg Day. Under normal circumstances, of course, we will occasionally have folks that come, community members that come and ask for various days to be proclaimed, and those are often read at the council table with members of the public who have initiated them coming forward to speak through a little bit of miscommunication, which is in all likelihood on my end. That's not occurring today, but it is my delight and pleasure to read a proclamation with respect to Ruth Bader Ginsburg Day, and to thank community members, the many community members who have come forward and communicated to me about its importance and their encouragement that we do so. And so, bearing that in mind, I'd like to read a proclamation with respect to Ruth Bader Ginsburg Day. Whereas Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a modern feminist role model advocating for gender equality, LGBTQI rights, women's reproductive rights, fair pay for all, and affirmative action, and whereas Bader Ginsburg began her legal training at Harvard in 1956 as one of 9 women in a class of 500. After encountering gender discrimination from the dean of the Harvard Law School and being denied the continued pursuit of her law degree at Harvard, Bader Ginsburg transferred to Columbia Law School, where she became the first woman to serve on 2 major law reviews, the Harvard Law Review and the Columbia Law Review. In 1959, she earned her law degree at Columbia, tying for first in her class. Whereas Bader Ginsburg found it difficult to find employment as a lawyer due to her gender, her legal career included co-founding and serving on the Women's Rights Project for the ACLU. She was a professor at law at Rutgers and became the first tenured faculty member at Columbia Law School in 1972. She was seated to the DC Circuit Court of Appeals in 1980 by Jimmy Carter, nominated to Associate Justice of the Supreme Court by President Bill Clinton in 1993. She served until her death on September 18, 2020. Whereas RBG was a force of nature, pursued her studies while raising children, maintaining a loving and supportive marriage, nursing her husband through cancer, and continuing to serve on the Supreme Court, all while undergoing her own battle with cancer. Whereas the notorious RGB, as she was known when she became a pop icon, was an inspiring role model for women, and indeed everyone, and was only the second woman and the first Jewish woman nominated and serving on the United States Supreme Court. Her personal strength, legal expertise, and dedication to the rule of law will be greatly missed. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, do hereby declare March 15 to be Ruth Bader Ginsburg Day in Ann Arbor, where we recognize her as a longstanding champion of civil rights for all people regardless of gender. RGB Day. DC4 resolution to acknowledge and commend Daniel Bnell for longstanding public service to identify and protect residents of Ann Arbor from exposure to harmful chemicals in Ann Arbor freshwater sources. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
we had a council question on this item. We have, I believe Mr. Simo was going to make a comment at the beginning.
My earnest apologies. Thank you.
No, there is no question here on this. There is no council question here.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think the council question had to do with something related to the EPA FAQs and the litigation, but it's not related to this issue. I already talked to Councilmember Griswold. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Thank you. Yes, I apologize for that confusion. There were some questions and then there were just some comments. And for the viewing audience, we have a new process where, in addition to agenda questions that are due by the Wednesday prior to our meeting, we also have an opportunity, if questions come up over the weekend or say at caucus last night, as they did, to submit those questions to staff and have them answered prior to the agenda item. So I just want to say thank you to staff again. I think this is going to work out really well as soon as I get some of the kinks out of my way of asking questions. Back to the resolution DC4. I've become a personal friend of Dan Bnell's, and I consider him a trusted advisor on matters regarding Gelman and the EPA. Many of you may remember that Dan Bnell discovered 1,4-dioxane when he was a University of Michigan student. He has continued to work in the area of water cleanup his whole career, and he is active in CARD and in other roles supporting the community in our efforts to address the 1,4-dioxane plume.
Member Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's great that Environmental Commission has brought this forward for us to recognize Mr. Bnell and the work he's done over the decades, really, on the Gelman plume issue specifically. And I guess the only thing I'd add is, it's very well written and it speaks to the facts and his knowledge, and we really have been able to. He has freely shared his knowledge and experience with us over the years about this issue. And I think that's terrific. He's been a great citizen advocate for it. And I guess the only thing I would add to this is that at some point, I think I want to bring the same forward for citizen advocate Roger Rail. He and Dan have worked together on this sort of hand in hand for many, many years now. And so I think it's right to recognize Dan tonight. And I think I hope to do the same for Roger in the future. So thanks for putting this forward through the Environmental Commission. And I think it's nice that the Environmental Commission understands where we're at with this and that they are, chiming in on what we need to do. And in this case, what we need to do is listen to some experts on this. And so it's much appreciated. His expertise and free sharing thereof has been much appreciated. So thanks for this. Thank you, Mr. Bnell.
Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to mention that Dan Bnell is on the phone and is available to speak at the pleasure of council. I'd also like to mention that this recognition was recommended by John Mursky from the Energy Commission, and the resolution was written by Rita Mitchell, who's the vice chair of the Environmental Commission. So it really was a group effort. And would council allow Dan Bnell to speak either now or after we vote?
Now probably makes good. Now probably makes the best sense, since we'll be after the vote. We move on. Mr. Bnell?
Okay.
If Mr. Bnell can raise his hand, I'm not seeing him.
Sure.
Okay, he's
Yeah,
right there. He is.
star 9. There you go.
Good evening. I want to thank you all very much for the kind words and recognition. And it's really been my honor to work with the local Citizens Sierra Club and the elected officials to obtain a proper Gelman site cleanup, protective of public health and the environment. This has been a big project and a very big team effort. So I want to thank everyone for their participation as well. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Further discussion? Then all in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? It is approved and it is unanimous. Now, we now come to going back, public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers may, oh, I lost my apologies. There we are. Speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Having been connected, please enter star 9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number, thereby letting you know that it is your time to speak. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Francis Todoro.
Caller with the phone number ending in 579. Go
Hi,
ahead.
my name is Frances Todoro. I am here as the Vice Chair of the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission regarding item DC3. Members of the Police Oversight Commission have and continue to discuss the use of unarmed responders, such as social workers, to mental health crisis calls. Currently, we have had incidents where only Ann Arbor police officers are responding to such calls with the assistance of Huron Valley Ambulance. While we understand that there are times when police officers are needed at these calls, we are interested in a wider discussion. Commissioners are happy to see the money being earmarked in DC3 will enable the city administrator to work with various groups to find the response alternatives that best fit the city of Ann Arbor. There are many programs around the country that we can learn from. On several occasions, members of the commission have discussed the Cahoots program, which is now being used in multiple states around the country successfully. The alternatives discussed may create new programs or build on existing programs. Either way, the money allocation that we will have with the approval of DC3 will ensure that all groups involved, whether uniform or civilian, are properly staffed and trained to respond safely to a crisis incident. The Independent Police Oversight Commission looks forward to being one of the groups that will have the opportunity to work with the city administrator on future programs and policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, phone number 733. Go ahead and give your comment.
I strongly support the resolution in DC3 permitting the marijuana rebate. The body of the resolution states the rationale very well, so I will not repeat this material. I will add that improved services to at-risk youth are particularly important. We should improve our ability to provide professional mental health assessments and to guide youth to needed therapy and other medical services, and especially divert at-risk youth from the juvenile justice system to the healthcare system. Now is a particularly important time for council members to support better mental health services. Our city has once again opted out of the Federal Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act. The purpose of this act is to prevent health plans from discriminating against those needing mental health or substance use disorder benefits. By opting out, our city is reserving the right to discriminate against employees needing mental health or substance use disorder benefits relative to those needing other medical services. This decision enshrines an unethical position in policy. Mental health parity is widely accepted as a right. Our senior senator, Debbie Staffenhouse, is nationally recognized and respected as a fierce and effective advocate for parity. We should be joining her rather than rejecting her position. In addition, the decision to opt out hurts our reputation among those we would like to respect us. Jurisdictions known as progressive typically do not opt out. For example, no jurisdictions in Massachusetts or Minnesota opt out. Jurisdictions known as conservative and less welcoming to diversity are more commonly in the opt-out category. For example, many jurisdictions in Texas and Utah opt out.
30
I
seconds.
urge you to do two things. First, pass the resolution in item DC3. This is the right thing to do. It reflects our values in Ann Arbor. Second, in the near future, introduce a resolution instructing the city administrator to stop opting out of the Mental Health Parity Act as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arya Shugat.
Mr. Shugat, phone number ending in 145. You can speak.
Sorry
Phone number
about that.
145? Yep, go ahead.
My name is Arya Shugat. I am calling on behalf of DC3. I want to say that I'm very much behind this. This is a good thing that the city is working towards. My only real concern is that it's kind of vague on where the money.
Shugat, if you can hear, we seem to have lost the connection.
It's showing muted again somehow.
Thank you.
Caller 145, if you can press *6 to unmute your phone. Oh, go ahead.
You're back now. Let's rerun that.
Sorry.
No worries.
As I was saying, I think it's a good idea, but it doesn't seem like there's any it's too vague on where the money's going, so I figured I would offer up a few suggestions. I think that if we use the money to help Hawk or the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County, I think that would do a lot of good. They're understaffed and underfunded, And especially during COVID, like if case managers get sick, that can put, their clients like weeks behind. I also think, I don't think it could just go, to the Delana Center itself, get bus tokens out there for people so they have more reliable transportation to work. That'll help them. And I believe that if we, help our most vulnerable members, lift them up, we can lift everyone else up with them. So I think if we, focus on spending the money on either our most vulnerable members or having something done so we can expunge the records of non-violent drug charges, it's a good thing, and I'm glad the city's doing it. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Romlawi, for coming prepared. I listened to you speak last night, and I was very impressed by the way you spoke very clearly and, showed that you understood what was being proposed. And I thank you for that. Everyone, have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trisha Duckworth.
Ms. Duckworth, phone number ending in 075. You can go ahead and speak. Caller with the phone number 075, do you have a comment? Caller 075, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, thank you. Good evening. I wanted to start by thanking the council persons who sponsored DC3. We understand the atrocities that are committed against African Americans within the system, and we've seen many folks making money in the industry that criminalizes Black and brown folks. So we honor you all for even drafting up this resolution, and it is our hope, and we stand in strong support of it, and ask for just one small adjustment to be made, that when it comes to where this money is dispersed, and because it does recognize what happens to African Americans, could there be a consultant who is an African American that can work with the city on disbursement of this funding? When it comes to African Americans, we often have decisions made for us without us. And so it is an honor to have something like this to be proposed, but it would even be a greater honor for us to be a part of the process of even dispersing the funds. Again, we thank you all for that. We are looking to continue to amplify the voice of racial equity and social and racial justice within our communities. And we do believe that this is a great step towards that, and we must keep building. Also, I wanted to just say, I sent over a proposal this morning within regard to having the Mayor Taylor and City Council members to look at having Juneteenth as a legally observed holiday in the city of Ann Arbor. Again, when we want to look at the history of African Americans and how we helped to build this country and how there still is a lack of honor for our contribution, I believe that small steps like this are a way to not only recognize, acknowledge, but also empower and educate the broader community about some of our contributions as well, and to have a celebration, but also, again, make it a legal holiday. We believe that this is something that would be, again, another great step, and I believe that it's something that you all here at the table can accomplish, and we would strongly, ask if that would be a possibility, and thank you all for just even considering the possibility of doing something like that, and for the drafting of DC3. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Michelle Hughes, phone number 677. Do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes. I'm talking about Transgender Day of Visibility. In 1999, I saw a speech by Lynn Conway, who's a U of M professor emerita, who invented VLSI techniques that make modern computers possible. She talked about being a trans woman. And I came home from that speech and I was like, wait, you can do that? And I came home, started talking to all my friends saying I was going to be transitioning. Well, after a few weeks, it occurred to me that transitioning is scary and dangerous. So I went back into denial for 20 years, choosing to spend those decades depressed instead. Finally, in 2019, transitioning felt a lot less scary, so I transitioned and immediately stopped feeling depressed. No one should ever feel afraid to be themselves. The decision to live authentically should not be a scary one. It should be comfortable. The city can do two things to help. One is to raise awareness of transgender visibility. There's value in talking about being transgender as something that's normal and positive. This resolution does that. Of course, anyone can do that. The thing that only the city can do to make trans people safer is to change its laws and policies. Ann Arbor's non-discrimination ordinance protects trans people, along with many other categories, but not enough people know about it or know what to do if they're being discriminated against. Even if people figure out what to do, which is to contact the Human Rights Commission, they'll find that the commission is staffed by volunteers. We need a phone number staffed by a professional civil rights attorneys. We need to publicize this number far and wide. Ordinance should require a sign posted at every place of business. And the problem isn't theoretical. I know someone who was very explicitly fired for being trans in Ann Arbor in 2018. I know someone else who quit a job in 2019 due to transphobic harassment. Just last week, I drove a transgender friend to an urgent care where they were turned away because the people there didn't want to deal with my friend's unusual documentation. Fighting for your rights is hard. We shouldn't have to do it. The city should make it easy. There's other things the city can do. Trans people are overrepresented in sex work, partly because they're often excluded from traditional employment. To support trans people, decriminalize sex work. The city's own ordinances criminalize sex work. Strike them down. Then instruct the police that enforcing the state laws against sex work is their lowest priority, just like you did with mushrooms. Trans people are overrepresented among housing insecure people. To support trans people, fund the Ann Arbor Tenants Union.
30
Trans
seconds.
people are often targeted for harassment and abuse by the police. To support trans people, defund the police. Spend that money instead on unarmed responders, like in DC3, and on affordable housing. Don't just tell trans people we're welcome. Make it so. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Blaine Coleman.
Mr. Coleman, phone number ending in 941. Do you have a comment? Mr. Coleman, if you press *6, you should be able to unmute your phone.
My name is Blaine Coleman, and I am here to speak for the 7-word resolution which says, we are against military aid to Israel. Now, you hear a lot of posturing from the mayor and from council members about how they claim that they really don't like racism. They claim that they really don't like human rights violations. And here they are, up until this moment, throwing all their weight against this simple resolution that says we are against military aid to Israel. Michelle Hughes just spoke about the need to make trans people safe. Of course, trans people should be safe. Of course, people should be safe in who they are. But if you actually believe that, you would be pushing very hard for the resolution against military aid to Israel because Palestinians are not safe. Palestinians are physically extremely unsafe because Israel keeps massacring Palestinians. Palestinians in the United States, in Ann Arbor, on Liberty Street, are unsafe because their family and their loved ones in occupied Palestine are constantly in real danger of being murdered by the Israeli military. Now tell me, If 1,034 people were petitioning you for anything at all, you would jump to have a public hearing, you would jump to have a public vote and a debate. Well, guess what? 1,034 people are petitioning you, the Ann Arbor City Council, to approve this resolution against military aid to Israel, simply to express your view that we should not be giving $38 billion in military aid to Israel. Israel, a country that has massacred so many thousands of Palestinians, Israel, a country that is using all its might to prevent Palestinians from even getting a COVID vaccine.
30
Do
seconds.
you really want to give Israel $38 billion to keep killing Palestinians and to keep them from getting COVID vaccines? I certainly hope this is a no-brainer. You really have to vote for the resolution against military aid to Israel. If you want to pretend to be against racism, vote for the resolution.
Time.
Hello,
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasfani.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
We can hear you.
If you didn't know better and you would listen to Mr. Taylor, our mayor, you would think he actually cares about human rights. You would think he actually cares about all those good things he went on and on about. But he really doesn't. He has sat for years and watched Palestinians get brutalized and murdered, killed in a daylight, and he has put every effort into silencing any resolution against Israel. He pretends to be anti-racist, but his behavior marks him and every city council since the 80s as racist. I say that because for the past 20 years, I have come to city council meetings with hundreds of primarily Muslim and Arab people of this community demanding that Israel be held accountable, Israel be reprimanded, cut off military aid to Israel. We have brought this resolution to you guys for so many years in so many ways, and your response has been turning a blind eye to us, turning a deaf ear to us. By your behavior, you've marked yourself as racist against Muslims and Arabs. You have an opportunity now to undo that humongous damage that you have done. 1,034 people are now petitioning you to pass a resolution simply saying that you are against military aid to Israel. That is all. This resolution doesn't say that you should go out there and cut off military aid, go to the Congress and do anything. It just says, tell the world that you are against military aid to Israel. This is a bare bone resolution. If you want to appear that you are not racist against Muslims and Arabs, if you want to do good this time, you should pass this resolution. 1,034 people are putting this resolution to you. Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is preventing COVID vaccine from getting to people of Palestine. And Israel is being rewarded by American taxpayers by giving them $38 billion, $380 billion. Therefore, I am asking you, $38 billion, I am asking you to do the right thing. Stop being racist against Arabs and Muslims, which you have been for the past 20 years. Pass the resolution. We are against military aid to Israel.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Stone.
Nancy Stone, caller with the phone number ending in 619. Do you have a comment?
Yes, are we connected?
Yes, we are.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Nancy Stone, Fifth Ward resident, speaking today on behalf of Washtenaw Zero Waste Coalition. The coalition has been discussing possible directions for the city's next budget and is pleased to see there are many positive areas of overlap, especially in supporting the city's carbon neutrality 820 plan. Council and staff have already received a copy of the coalition's more detailed suggestions. I will briefly summarize 4 areas. First, organics. According to a recent city audit, nearly 40% of the city's waste is from food scraps and yard debris. In addition to generating the potent greenhouse gas methane, food waste is also linked to preventable food scarcity and hunger issues. The city is in a strong position to aggressively promote food waste prevention and composting through enhancing community education to homes and schools, increasing the availability of compost carts, and providing periodic winter compost cart pickups. Second, addressing the persistent alley problems in the downtown area. The city has sponsored several insightful DDA alley reports. However, the conclusions tend to promote just a few collection-focused solutions and overlook unique situations. We suggest using a more decentralized assessment approach, such as used by industrial materials management planners. This type of process engages business clusters to conduct self-audits, identify specific problem areas, and create innovative solutions to meet their waste generation, storage, collection, education, and enforcement needs. Third, for other commercial waste sectors, Ann Arbor businesses are recycling at a disappointing average of only 10%. Short term, we suggest the city concentrates on a specific non-DDA commercial corridor in order to see what works best to boost their recovery. And lastly, we are encouraged to see the expansion of community waste drop-off options in the budget. We also suggest considering a voucher to Ann Arbor rights to defray the current drop-off station $3 entry fee. A
30
similar
seconds.
agreement with Pittsfield Township and the city of Ypsilanti. Thank you for considering these ideas.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Heber.
Mayor, I don't see Glenn Heber on the call.
Mr. Heber, if you are here, please enter *9, *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. *9. We'll go on to our next. Our next speaker is Mohammed Hamad.
Caller with the phone number ending in 505. You can press *6. You can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mohammed, and I am calling to defend the campaign against military aid to Israel. I'm a faculty member at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. I'm also a Palestinian, but of course our movement is global, intersectional, and growing. As a resident of New York City, I have seen the devastating effects of U.S.-Israel exchange programs on our communities. This is not to say that the American police dilemma started in the Middle East, right? This has been a centuries problem, but these programs and exchanges have devastated our communities. Racial profiling and mass surveillance have instilled fear in Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. That's a result of these kinds of programs. Intensifying state violence and disproportionate responses with respect to police and community engagements, the suppressing of protests and dissent. I can personally speak on this. someone who attended the LGBTQ Pride March in honor of Stonewall 50, and we were amazed. We were amazed by the police at the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall. These are not isolated incidents, right? The repression is not disconnected from the thousands of Palestinian protesters who were shot by Israeli snipers. And so anti-racist groups on the ground across ethnic, religious, and sexual boundaries are working for a future that protects people, not profit, or the military-industrial complex. And some of the leading voices in this work are actually Jewish progressive groups. And the campaign is called Ending the Deadly Exchange between the police and Israel. So it's time to invest this money and this energy back into our communities and lifting marginalized people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Heber still here, or has Mr. Heber come back?
Mayor, I do not see him on the call.
Mr. Heber, if you're here. We'll move on. Other communications today from council? Councilmember Rumley.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome everybody. I just wanted to respond to our residents who have been emailing us these last 7 or so days about plans to reduce solid waste pickup. I just want to say that I'm not a part of any of the conversations that are occurring regarding the reduction of frequency of pickup service for solid waste and recycling. And I'm not sure if this body is, but I understand those talks are being had at the committee level and the commission level. But again, I just want to reiterate that I wouldn't be in support of any type of reduction in service to our residents in that fashion. In fact, we'd like to see, and I would like to see, increased compost to 11 months out of the year. So I'm not sure exactly how that, I know well that the MLive article came out and that's what really spurred all the emails, but to my knowledge, there's no interest in doing that at this level. Thank you.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you. I just wanted to give 2 brief updates from committees. One, because it was a relatively late addition to the agenda, is that the Public Art Commission has submitted as part of the clerk's report their recommendations for possible enhancements to capital improvement projects in the budgeting process. And so as you have time to review those and look those over and have questions, please let me know. I'm happy to either try to answer them or at least direct them to the appropriate individuals on the commission. And I also just wanted to thank the work of our Human Rights Commission in appointing 2 members to a subcommittee to continue exploring a ban on facial recognition technology here in Ann Arbor. And so I'm looking forward to the work that is going to come from that in partnership with ICPOC. And so I just wanted to let you know that that process is continuing to move forward and we are continuing to work on that. So thanks so much.
Councilmember Dish.
Hi, everybody. I want to echo Councilmember Rumlawey's point that there is currently no proposal up for vote on council about decreasing the frequency of trash pickup. And when we say trash, we just mean the stuff that you throw into your, I guess it's gray bin. It's not decreasing compost. It's not decreasing recycling. There is a draft proposal for council to request staff to do a study that is very, very far away from a service cut. And that draft proposal is actually, it's part of a broader conversation about waste reduction. So it may turn out that this draft proposal looks a lot different when it finally gets out of the works and if it gets in front of council, because since the goal is waste reduction, maybe biweekly trash pickup isn't the best way to encourage that. So just no worries, nothing's happening now. But if you want to join the conversation about the relationship between our carbon neutrality goals and solid waste, we talk a lot about energy. We don't talk a lot about trash. Trash should be a part of this conversation. Please tune in on Wednesday, March 31st from 6 to 8 p.m. The Office of Sustainability is hosting a panel discussion on the relationship between various waste reduction strategies, reuse, recycling, composting, and our carbon neutrality goals as stated in the A20 plan. Attendance is free, but registration is required, and you can register at the Office of Sustainability Initiative's website. I also made a post on my Facebook page, and the link is there. So hope to see all of you folks who are engaged around this issue and who have written to us. Hope to see you at that webinar.
Councilmember Song.
I just wanted to echo this interest in trash. It's a new interest since I am not on that committee. And thank our commissioners who can think to our potential to handle trash differently. And for our potential to maybe reduce our waste production. So that'll be exciting in a couple of years, maybe, with community engagement. I also wanted to thank Parks with opening up summer camps. There's summer camp enrollment opened at midnight earlier today. And I think I know I've heard from families across Ward 2 who are beyond excited about being outdoors and participating in a beloved city program. And also Councilmember Griswold and I have been working with Brett Leonard in planning and organizing a town hall in response to some interest on a development on Earhart Road by Toll Brothers. And we're hoping, we had hoped to put it out, have it done by the end of this month, but now it's looking towards early April so that we can have right folks on the call from traffic and planning. So Councilmember Griswold and I will make sure that's communicated out on social media. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to read an announcement regarding the meeting that's scheduled for this Thursday. It's being sponsored by Councilmember Debbie Dingle and Sue Schenk, who's the chair of the Washtenaw County Commissioners. Hello, you are invited to participate in the Gelman Community Information Session on March 18th at 5 p.m. At the meeting, representatives from the United States EPA and the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, known as EGLE, will answer questions from the community and local officials around the status of the plume, and the plume, that's the 1,4-dioxane plume, and discuss potential next steps. There will be an opportunity for public comment. So I don't see the meeting posted on the city website or the county website, but I'm sure it will be. I will repost the information on my Facebook and on my Twitter account. And I expect there'll be an article in MLive before Thursday. If anyone can't find the information, just email me at my city email address and I'll share the information with you. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. And thanks, Councilwoman Griswold, for reading that off. It spares me. So that's Thursday at 5 this Thursday. So thank you. I think that's going to be another important meeting. We're all getting our heads together to get a resolution to this. I just want to briefly mention that a couple things. I had a meeting with our police chiefs and assistant chiefs today, our monthly board meeting, and it was pretty interesting. We got to meet the new data specialists that the city council approved hiring of, and they've already gone a long way towards working to have the type of tech in place that is going to help serve in a better for their community policing and to be more responsive, have more officers out on the street, working with the community and integrating themselves in the community in a way that's beneficial for us all. And so I was excited to see that. And also I posed the question that it came up online earlier this week, and hard to believe, but this is what they said. If you're a resident and you have an abandoned scooter in front of your house, and it has been there for a while and it's beeping and asking to be returned or whatever, they say go ahead and call 911 and tell them it's not an emergency, and they're going to dispatch community standards or actual police to to deal with that scooter for you. So I'd been putting the non-emergency and some other numbers out there for community standards, but they said they don't mind if it gets logged through 911 as part of this new record keeping. They want to know everything that's going on in a timely manner. And so that was interesting. And then I also wanted to mention just briefly, we did get some correspondence from some folks about Juneteenth. And so I dug into it a little bit. And on the very first, prior to the very first Juneteenth in 1994, the city of Ann Arbor in resolution 249-694 proclaimed, the city of Ann Arbor proclaimed Saturday, June 18th, 1994 as the first Juneteenth National Freedom Day. And so I think it would be interesting to kind of redo that so many years later, and let's declare that an ongoing holiday in the city. It already is for so many folks, and you know, we've enjoyed the Juneteenth celebrations for years at Wheeler Park and the parades and so on, and really the opportunity to come together with our neighbors and talk about important issues. And so I think I'll look to bring that forward so we can get that declared before this Juneteenth rolls up. So thanks for that suggestion. And we can build on what our predecessors did in 1994 and bring that forward and make it an official holiday. Thank you.
Councilmember. Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, Jennifer Hall and her staff on closing on Lori Terrace. Very exciting. Hope that it is one of many opportunities for housing. And it's just tremendous. And there was so much work. And I know it wasn't just Ms. Hall, there was also a lot of other staff, including our city administrator and many of our staff at the attorney's office. So thank you for making that happen. I also just want, if there are any amateur or otherwise historians out there who would be interested in exploring the history of our city parks, there's a new volunteer opportunity to research a park, and that information will be then placed up on the website, because with especially with the pandemic and so many people enjoying our parks, there is a renewed interest in the history of those parks. So if you are interested in that project, you can contact me, you can contact park staff, and they will be pleased to get you started. Thanks.
Further communication from council. I'd like to request the following appointments that were presented, I'd like to request confirmation of the following appointments that were presented to City Council for consideration on March 1st. To the Commission on Disability Issues, Kinsey Button. To the Huron River Watershed Council, Janice Bobbern. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Amlawi, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Approved. I'd like to recommend the following nomination for your consideration to the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, Deanna Boer, and a resolution to appoint Mark Perry to the Airport Advisory Committee, both for your consideration at our next meeting. For my part, I'd like to give a very brief update. I, and along with a couple of council members, are working on our resolution with respect to asking the city administrator to move forward and explore unarmed public safety response, unarmed civilian response in connection with crises that do not require police interaction. That's something that will be, I hope, ready for distribution among a fairly broad set of people in advance of the upcoming meeting, and then hopefully our next meeting in early April. Excellent. We now come to the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Iyer.
I'd like to pull item 2 for discussion, please.
PA2. Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. CA9.
For the discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of, I'm sorry, Councilmember Griswold, my apologies. Councilmember Griswold.
I'm sorry. I'd like to pull CA10.
Mayor, just a reminder, CA6 was removed.
Thank you. Further discussion of the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA2, 9, 10, noting the removal of CA6, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The consent agenda as modified is approved. CA2, resolution to award a construction contract to Demio Contracting Inc. for the Dunmore, Waverly, Weldon, Hartford water main replacement project, in the amount of $1,311,467. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Mr. Crawford, I believe we have a staff information.
Yes, sir. We have the Public Services Administrator, Craig Hupy, here to speak to this.
Thank you. And with me tonight, I have Nick Hutchinson, the city engineer, Colin Spencer, the purchasing manager, and they are here to review the process of reviewing the ITBs and how ITBs are handled.
From the perspective of engineering, when we have a bid that comes in, what we do in the engineering department is we review the bid tabs, we review the unit prices, we look for mathematical errors, we look for unbalancing of a bid that might be something that where a contractor might be trying to take advantage of the city on that. And then the other thing that we look at is with new contractors that we haven't worked before, we check their references as well. And then I just wanted to mention real quickly that in addition to this item, this will be the first of probably at least a half a dozen, if not 8 or 10 additional construction contracts will be coming up over the next few council meetings. With that, I'll turn it over to Colin.
Thank you, Council. I'm Colin Spencer, the purchasing manager for the city. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. To clarify the city's process for bids, I'm going to provide an overview of the invitation to bid process. To start, the unit develops the specifications, which are included in the ITV document and plans. The ITV document and any applicable plans are then published publicly on Mitten and BidNet and the city's website with deadlines for questions and when bid responses are due. Written questions from bidders are received and responded to publicly via an addendum, which is published on Mitten and the city's website. At the bid due date and time, bids are opened publicly by purchasing, and the bid values are read and recorded by the requesting unit on a bid tabulation sheet. No immediate decisions regarding award are made upon bid opening. Bids are then provided to the requesting unit and reviewed by both the unit and purchasing. Once reviewed, calculations, reference checks, unbalanced bid, and responses provided to our responsible contractor criteria, the unit provides a detailed bid tabulation and makes a recommendation to purchasing for award. From there, an email notification is sent by purchasing to the non-award firms of our intent to award, pending council approval, and the detailed bid tabulation, along with intent to award language, is published on the city's website. The unit then pursues council approval. The typical bid time frame from publication of the ITB document to when bids are due is about 4 weeks. I welcome any questions council may have.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, was the staff introduction requested for this item? Yeah, okay. That's what I figured, but it just wasn't clear. So, okay.
My apologies. I should have made that clear from the outset.
Fine. Yep. Okay. So I would like to move to a substitute resolution for this, and I sent it to Ms. Beaudry, and if she could circulate it. In the meantime, I'll make my remarks. The bidder who was referred here, Deponio's responses to specific responsible contractor criteria questions in the ITB are, in my view, inadequate or non-responsive, such that the bid should be rejected as non-responsive in its entirety. Question number 10 asks the bidder to submit documentation as to employee pay rates, but the bidder does not submit any documents. On question 11, the bidder's answer is vague and non-responsive. It does not provide information on whether they provide specific benefits to their workers or what benefits they do provide or pay for. Question 12 asks the bidder to submit a statement explaining the bidder's equal employment opportunity programs for women, minorities, veterans, returning citizens, and small businesses, along with supporting documents or other evidence, but the bidder provided only a cursory statement that all of its employment is EEO. No documents were submitted. Question 19 finally asks whether the bidder has a registered apprenticeship program, and if not, asks for details on how it assesses employee qualifications and skills. The bidder provided a statement that simply said employees are assessed by skill level by the foreman or superintendent, which is inadequate and lacks detail. So based on the foregoing, I believe this bid is non-responsive, and I move the substitute resolution that I submitted to Clerk Beaudry to award the construction contract to Bailey Excavating Incorporated.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Adina. Got Regina, Ramlali, and Nelson on the queue to the amendment. Councilmember Adina.
Thank you. I'm actually going to pass. I'm going to, to the extent that this is to the amendment at this point. I everything that Councilmember Iyer said to the previous bid, I agree with in its entirety. I personally feel that, you know, there are a number of questions here that are statements of our values that were entirely non-responsive. And I think particularly when we're looking at bids that are upwards of $1 million, we, you know, when we ask questions about registered apprenticeship programs and things like that, that require skill and on-the-job experience, and if they are not participating in those, to provide examples of how folks are going to be assessed, and the answer is essentially that they're assessed by their supervisor. Those are just, particularly when we see things like the recent example of, you know, 10,000 gallons of sewage being spilled on Main Street. I think we need to start paying attention to those details, and so I'm not comfortable with the approving the previous one, and I am fully supportive of the substitute.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just have a parliamentary question of sorts. I know this is on the consent agenda. This is being brought by staff, and then having a council member bring a substitute agenda to replace it. I don't know if we've had this before on the consent agenda, but maybe we have, and I just don't remember. Wouldn't it be best if we voted one down and then had staff bring another resolution back for us to vote up or down, rather than us as council members be bringing substitute resolutions in on matters as such?
You're asking whether it's better or not. It's now before you in this resolution, so you have an ability. You certainly could vote this down, and you know, we've provided advice on this. So you can vote. You could certainly vote something up or down, and if it's voted down, then you could bring another resolution at another time if you wanted.
But what staff brings these, though, this is not necessarily. This is not a council-sponsored resolution.
Right, but once it's before you, it's a resolution that the council's going to vote on, and so at that point you can do what you want with it. It's before you, but that's my initial indication. I don't have.
Thank you for that advice. I would just, you know, my wishes would just be to vote this down, have staff come back with a different contract by a different contractor. I appreciate concerns that have been raised, that they are valid. I'm not sure if this is something that's time sensitive and needs to be voted on, but if we have a 4-week turnaround between when we put a bid out to when we close it, seems like these things can be turned around. Not to say that the other bids can't be entertained, but I would rather just see that being done than a council member bringing a replacement contract to replace one that's been brought and vetted by staff. I know they all have. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
I want to echo some of the comments of Councilmember Rumlawi, and actually I was going to say my takeaway from the 4-week timeline was almost the opposite of his. We have professional staff who have a significant amount of expertise in reviewing these contracts. I don't think that anyone at this table has their expertise in reviewing these contracts, and we're basically undoing 4 weeks of their work. And everybody at this table, we only saw 2 contracts. We had much less than 4 weeks to look at them and study all the details that they just reported that they studied in them. I know that we have gotten advice from staff, and I would be interested in moving forward with the process as it was meant to go forward, as with all the analysis that we rely on our staff to give us. And if we believe that they didn't have enough guidance to make the decision that we would have liked in this one, I really am not interested in second guessing people with as little time as we have to devote to this, when really this is their area of expertise. So I'm just really uncomfortable with picking a contract without all the information. Our staff looked at all of the contracts all of the bids that were submitted. We've sort of picked one and found fault, and then picked another and decided that was better. And that seems opposite of the kind of thorough process and attention to details that we would be seeking in a situation like this. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. I guess I don't know who would address this question, but the way that this substitute resolution is written, I'm going to make the assumption that it's the same in every way as the previous resolution, because I don't have red line copy before me, except for naming Bailey versus DePonio as the awarded contractor. So when we have a bidder list like this, and is it, I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, because we had a bidder and now we're saying we have a new one, our new recipient of this contract, when it says things like that they were it's uncomfortable. So now we're saying Bailey Excavating was the lowest responsible bidder. So essentially we're saying that DePonio was not responsible, or they were irresponsible somehow. If Bailey's the lowest responsible bidder, but we have somebody else on our bid sheet, the bid date, the file sheet for 2018-033. So we're essentially saying that they weren't responsible because of concerns over the responses to our questionnaires. Is that an accurate assessment of what's going on here? They were the lowest. Now Bailey's the lowest responsible bidder. So although DePonio was lower, Bailey is considered more responsible. Is that
I'm
what
just
I'm
going to
seeing?
step in. I'm going to step in and say I believe that is the premise of the substitute.
Okay. Okay.
That's. I'm sorry. That's in Councilmember. I'm being corrected on that. So I'm gonna let the. I'm gonna let the
I
cue
would
take
ask
it.
Wilhelm to.
Attorney Wilhelm can answer this.
So as I see the conversation, Councilmember Iyer identified deficiencies which would go to responsiveness, not responsible, as the definition is used in the city's code. So this is more about the adequacy and completeness of the bid response than it is the responsibleness of the contractor or bidder.
So if I may step in. So the prior party was not even a bid because it was inadequate. Is the point? Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that would be correct.
So essentially it failed to meet the standards for our bid.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for having heard on the upfront. Councilmember Adina.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to address a couple of the concerns that some of my colleagues have raised. And I know that Councilmember Iyer can also speak to this, but to the extent that this substitute is coming forward, it was obviously, I think it's quite clear from the language included, but also just to shed some light on this, it was obviously drafted in consultation with staff and with our attorneys. And so this isn't just something that Councilmember Iyer is bringing forward. I've worked with her on this. Our staff has been involved every step of the way. and the process by which it's not simply we're picking one versus the other. We're just picking a replacement. The way that this process would ultimately work is if this body does agree that the initial bid is non-responsive, then the bid would go to the next lowest responsible bidder, which is the resolution that you have before you as the substitute. And so they're relatively similar in cost, but ultimately, I think even a cursory glance at the bids would show you that Bailey Excavating was relatively thorough in their process, significantly more details and attachments and evidence, and did their homework on this. And so I am comfortable with the answers that they have provided. I don't believe that Deponio provided the answers that should even be considered for awarding this contract.
Mr. Wilhelm, I'm going to let you jump the queue.
Mr. Mayor and Council, back to the process question raised by Councilmember Rumlawi. It would be prudent to take action on the resolution that's pending as part of the agenda before addressing the substitute. I'm not sure if there's other steps that have to be taken in parliamentary terms, but that would be my recommendation, would be action on what's pending before council and a separate action on the substitute.
So is what you're saying, are you saying then that you would advise us to take action on the first resolution and then open up the agenda to add this resolution rather than substitute this resolution for the first resolution?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have a problem with us doing that? I guess what I'm reading that as is it friendly to then table this substitute resolution? It's not friendly. Motion, let's see.
I just
all
have
right, well, Councilmember Ramlai.
Appreciate the clarification on that. The question was to staff whether, if this was to be put on April 5th with Bailey, would that push back and delay what needs to be done? Do we need to get something signed and agreed on with a contractor without postponement when it comes to this project? Is it time sensitive right now?
Is there a staff response to that?
Yeah, I can address that. If this was moved to April 5th, we would still have adequate time to get all the work done that we needed to do.
Okay, so I guess
I would suggest not reopening the agenda, bring it back April 5th with the other contract.
Well, I guess that's a subject for the body. What I'm going to do is I'm going to suggest that we, by acclamation, table this resolution. Actually, it's an amendment. That's fine. Does anyone have an objection to the amendments being withdrawn?
Once it's been seconded, can it be withdrawn? I feel like previously we've had amendments that could not be withdrawn because they were seconded.
It can't be withdrawn by the mover. If the body consents to its withdrawal. Anyone object to this? Let's deem it to have been withdrawn. Its withdrawal is friendly. Now we're back to the main motion. I have a queue on the main motion of Griswold and Iyer. Councilmember Griswold on the main motion.
A question for staff. Why was this brought forward if it was deficient? And are we changing the rules in the middle of the bid process in terms of we didn't used to be quite as thorough in the review, or did possibly the bidder give you some of that information orally or in a different format? Yes, this is a question for Mr. Hutchins or Mr. Hoopy. I mean, how did we get to the point we're at today where staff recommended a bid that at least one council member is indicating is deficient?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
I think overall the issue is, yes, a council member has found this to be non-responsive. That's an issue ultimately for the council, but the staff process was already complete, and I'll let Mr. Hupy look at that or discuss that.
The staff are twofold that looks at it. Mr. Hutchinson's looks at it from an engineering standpoint, the adequacy of the contractor, past history, etc. Mr. Spencer looks at the compliance with the other details such as insurances, bid bonds, answering the responsible bidder questions.
Then I guess my question is, if it's not complete enough, should the bidder be given the opportunity to complete it if it's determined to be deficient in areas that aren't normally reviewed by staff?
I would defer to the purchasing manager and or the attorneys as to the legalities, etc., of allowing a modification of a bid.
Okay, I don't want to ask too many questions, but when I was on the school board, we had to approve, hundreds of millions of dollars of bonds, and there is a very strict process, and having elected officials make changes or get involved in the process makes me very nervous.
If I can jump in here, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Council, as to Councilmember Griswold's question, I think the question she's raised is one for council. If council, as a majority of council, wants to jump in and or make a decision on whether this bid and the recommended award of contract is going to be approved, and if it's not, the basis for it being the reasons identified are that the bid is possibly not responsive or deemed not responsive by that council member, that's really the issue before the council. So as I see it, it's a action on the proposed resolution to award the contract, and if not, the reasons for not approving it.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to vote down this contract, obviously. To the questions that others have had, I think it's important for people to understand that this process is, and I think everyone at the table understands this, but for those who are watching, the council by charter, the city by charter has to go with the lowest responsible bidder. And so Bailey Excavating was the next lowest bidder on the list. And so that was their bid was extremely thorough and answered every question, provided all the documentation necessary. And so that's why the substitute resolution had Bailey's name in it. I hope that we can just move forward on this, and I hope we can open up the agenda and consider the Bailey resolution so that staff can get started on this. It's not like there's going to be another bidder, to consider at this point. So that's it. I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Umlawi on the main motion.
Yeah, I appreciate my colleagues bringing our attention to some deficiencies with the Deponio bid. It doesn't meet our values and our desires. I do have some issues though, and a question. The question is that staff has raised concerns on the confusion between the policies that we set and the most recent one passed of July of 2020, which has made it a little confusing in awarding contracts. And if I could have staff maybe explain that new policy that was adopted in 2020 of July that has complicated execution, or there's some misunderstandings here on where we so we're all on the same page is what I'm trying to get us to, is all on the same page. Does anybody on staff have time to respond to that question? Interest?
If I will jump in here. So I was involved in drafting the ordinance, and I want to be to the point and short on this answer. The staff was not provided a lot of information or policy objectives when this ordinance was presented. And there were internal discussions by staff about how it would be implemented, what type of information would be submitted. Other than, so we are in kind of learning how to implement this, but basically we weren't given a lot of direction from the council at the time. And that's not a criticism, but it's a reality for us on the staff level. Is I think there is some question between staff and how we implement this and what council expected and how it was going to be implemented. And I think it was largely just because of the way it rolled out. I don't know that there's any specific cause that I can point to.
Well, Frank, Mr. Wilhelm, I'm sorry. Appreciate your candor and honesty and willingness to answer that question. Hate to put you on the spot and others, but it is good to flesh it out and get it out in the open. I will be voting this down, and I will suggest that because this is not a time-sensitive issue, that it just a substitute contract get put on the April 5th agenda, so we can just move this along and have the time to do the due diligence and have the proper optics on how we do business.
Councilor Kaner.
Thanks. Just to speak to the motion briefly, I think it's appropriate that we express concerns over things like the lack of a detailing of apprenticeship program. Apprenticeship programs are important. Or the lack of or concern about is there a way to verify a living wage ordinance, for example, is being paid, a living wage is being paid. And we also think, and I think most of us would agree that it's long since due for a federal minimum wage of $15 living wage. But I also would remind us to look in the mirror and lead by example. That, for example, the city doesn't pay a $15 wage to its temporary park employees in the summer, and so we don't pay a $15 wage to everybody that we hire either, be it full-time or temporary time, or part-time. And so it's sort of it's a challenge to do the right thing in all instances is all I want to point out. And we should look to all our employment opportunities when we are trying to do the right thing. Just want to hang that out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Appreciate all the clarification from staff and other council members. I guess I'm definitely comfortable with voting this down based on the unresponsive nature of the bid regarding sort of questions that we are seeing as particularly policy, important policy goals for our community. In terms of process of bringing this back versus kind of moving forward with this tonight, my understanding is that we've received some advice on this matter. I'm not sure the benefits necessarily of voting tonight versus waiting a few weeks. I guess I would like to understand from staff, is there anything different that might happen in a couple of weeks if we opted not to approve the bid in front of us tonight and waited? It seems like what we brought back to us is basically this resolution with the lowest bidder, which is Bailey, which has already gone through staff approval. So a little more clarity on what might happen with those couple of weeks, I guess, would be helpful for me.
Mr. Hutchins, are you able to comment on that?
I guess I'm not entirely sure I understand what the question was. I'm sorry.
I'm just asking, from your perspective, is there a need for a couple of more weeks? Is there something that might happen if we voted down this contractor and move forward with, is there anything you would need to do in terms of bringing back a different resolution for those couple of weeks? Is there any need for additional staff time, I guess is what I'm asking.
I don't see any. The substitute resolution that was submitted is essentially the same resolution awarding it to a different contractor. So there's no additional need for, on my end anyway.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I mean, I think the other things have been said, so I won't repeat them. Thank you.
Mr. Wilhelm?
Here that the concept of bringing back a new resolution that is the substitute or looks like the substitute resolution is predicated on council acting on the deficiencies noted as to the Deponio. If that direction is needed for staff to do anything, the staff's recommendation is to award this to Deponio. Council's raised the question of whether it's deficient or satisfactory. I think there needs to be action on that before staff could bring anything different back, if that helps make it any clearer. Also, to clarify, the substitute resolution would be different as to the price and match up with the bid submitted by Bailey.
Councilmember Nelson.
I am still very uncomfortable with subverting our process, and we've gotten advice contrary to what the direction it looks like we're going in now. But I did want to suggest that the last time that I recall council questioning a contract, it wasn't because we were digging through the weeds and trying to redo the work that staff had done. It was literally sticker shock, and staff was directed to go back to that contractor and renegotiate a lower price to satisfy our concerns. And so my question is, could we direct staff to go to Deponio and ask for better answers to these questions? Is that not an option before us as well?
I'll jump in here. We do have the flexibility to ask for additional information or clarifying questions to any of the responses provided in the responsible contracting criteria that's included in our ITB documents.
Thank you.
Further discussion to the Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize we have different options in front of us tonight. Given the importance of projects like this and recent errors that we've seen in our community, not from this contractor, but from others, I would expect that a contractor could appropriately fill out a responsive document to us if we're going to entrust them with this level of work in our community.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'm very concerned that we're opening ourselves up to the risk of a lawsuit, given that it sounds like council changed a policy, wasn't really clear on what we expected from staff, and this may be the first time that we've had a contract where we're expecting the additional information. And so if that's the case, I apologize for any miscommunication, but I would definitely support going back and giving the bidder the chance to complete that information, given that this is a new process and it's not really clear cut and our expectations to staff were not as clear as probably they should have been.
Councilmember Regina, the main motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to respond briefly, I guess, to a few of the things that I just heard, and I would second the suggestion by Councilmember Briggs that particularly for a contract of this size and this scope and the importance of this project, you know, I wouldn't necessarily think that we would need to go back to a potential contractor and ask them to complete the document that they were asked to complete as part of their bid. So I personally don't necessarily want to even see that. I think it's important for us to set a standard, and that you can't come in with a low bid but not actually provide all of the details, and expect that council is going to provide you extra time to get your homework done and to do the work necessary to prove that you're actually able to complete this work in a responsible way. I think they were non-responsive. They left questions essentially blank where they were asked to provide additional details. And I think, frankly, as we're looking to spend over $1 million on a project, I think we should expect more from the contractors who we're going to do business with. And I think also, to Councilmember Griswold's concern, I actually don't think that this is a change in policy necessarily. I think that this is a situation where, once again, the contractor didn't complete the questionnaire. It's not a matter that anything has changed. They simply didn't answer the questions. So I will be voting this down. I am comfortable opening the agenda back up and voting in an alternative tonight.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think there's being a conflation of a couple of things. There may be a lack of clarity from council to staff about the status of these responses to us, and we need to clarify that. And I hope that we will figure out exactly what we need to do in order to make that clear. But the form is clear. The form asks for responses. One contractor, and perhaps others in the pool, I don't know, responded to those questions. Another contractor did not and had the lowest bid, and so was brought to us. It is perfectly within our sphere of whatever we have authority to enforce the policy that was passed this June. And the policy that was passed this June is that we have certain values as a community, and we expect our contractors to not just pay lip service to those values, but to give us detail about how they meet them. So I will be voting down the contract that's on the consent agenda. And because the entire review has been completed, and because Council members Iyer and Redina worked with staff to find the next lowest responsible bidder, I feel comfortable about voting for that when it is brought to the agenda.
Further discussion on the main motion? For my part, for the reasons stated by Councilmember Iyer, Dish, and Redina, I'm going to be voting against the main motion, and I'm comfortable with the, in the event that that passes, that a substitute resolution be brought. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Regina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Romlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
motion fails.
Regina?
Not entirely sure on the process here, but I would move to open the agenda for inclusion of Councilmember Iyer's previous substitute.
Open up the agenda, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion of opening up the agenda. Roll call vote. Oh, Councilmember Romlawi?
Yeah, I don't want to seem uncollegial or unsupportive. I would like to have reciprocity in times of my need. I find this completely unorthodox, and I'm very uncomfortable with putting in a substitute contract resolution on the fly when we've been told by staff this is not time sensitive. This can be put back on the April 5th agenda, give the public and everyone else an opportunity to see the contract, soak it in, and have the proper optics. This just seems really unorthodox and unnecessary.
Councilmember Adina.
Yeah, to that point, I respect that you're not comfortable with this, Councilmember Rowan-Lowy. For my part, I believe that all of council has had the language provided in the substitute since last Thursday when Mr. Wilhelm provided it to us. So I've had plenty of time to review it, and I'm comfortable voting on it tonight.
Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. I would just like to say thank you to Councilmember Iyer and Radina for their thorough dive into this and for helping us realize when potential contracts are not aligning with our values. So thank you to both of you for working with staff and bringing forward something that will help us move forward on this important project. We have had a lot of issues with contractors not doing so well with pipes in the ground always. So this is important that we pay attention to who's doing that work and that
Let me
that
open the
we
agenda.
practice what we preach. Also, just I think we'll see, I hope, evidence of that reciprocal relationship, at least on my part. I intend to move forward with what was expressed by my colleague. So, it by definition goes both ways.
Councilmember Hayner.
I guess this question might be for Mr. Spencer. What can we as a body do to clarify our instructions from the previous resolution that added these sorts of questions to the bidding process? What can we do, and how can we achieve that in a timely manner so that these kinds of situations don't arise?
The question before us is to open up the agenda.
Feel free.
Councilmember, does anyone have anything else to say about opening up the agenda that needs to be said?
My
Councilmember
apologies,
Saul.
I thought we did.
Right, I was just wondering if we were voting on opening up the agenda, if that's the motion that we're.
Thank you for the inquiry. Yes, that is the motion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish. Opening up the agenda.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Radina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
motion carries.
The agenda is open. Amendment, I assume, Councilmember Iyer.
Thanks. As has been stated, I'm perfectly comfortable voting on this, having worked with staff and understanding that this is the process.
Sorry, let's have a motion to amend the agenda by the addition of resolution to award contract to Bailey Excavating for the Dunmore Waverly.
I'm jumping the gun.
Waverly Weldon Hartford Water Main Replacement Project, the amount of $1,393,088.95, ITB 4650. Is that a motion to add that to the agenda, council member? Seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion of adding that to the agenda. Councilmember Romlawi.
Thank you. Just the staff here, whether there's, I know we have the comfort satisfied by a couple members of council, but as a body, I would like to know whether staff is comfortable or has any concerns. are there any material differences between this contract and the services that will be provided versus Dan Bnell in terms of schedule, materials being used, or anything different other than the $80,000 difference?
I can address that.
And obviously a better application they submitted. I apologize, Nick, go ahead.
That's okay. There's no material differences. It's the same work. So yeah, no substantial differences there.
And we've had plenty of experience with this contract here in the city, I assume.
We have, yes. They do a lot of work for us, and we're very familiar with them.
Thank you, Nick.
Further discussion of adding this to the agenda? All in favor? Opposed? Approved. That is, the addition to the agenda is approved. Now we have before us, we have before us the resolution to award a construction contract to Bailey Excavating Inc. for the Dunmore Waverly Weldon Hartford Water Main Replacement Project in the amount of $1,393,088.95, ITB 4650. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of the main motion. Councilmember Iyer.
Now I can say,
Yes.
and I won't repeat myself. The only thing I want to add here is that, I want to address the questions and surrounding the whole process. And, I want to say for my part, the process of getting my questions answered for the Bnell contract this evening was enlightening, and it was concerning to me. And so although the problem with the contract was that the bidder was non-responsive, a quite separate issue became clear that our responsible contractor policy is in need of refinement in order to achieve the goals as communicated by the previous council. And as I understand them to be, I have worked on responsible contractor policies, previously. So as I said before, our charter requires that each contract for public improvements shall be let to the lowest responsible bidder. That makes responsible a binary determination. Either someone is responsible or they're not. And it weds the city to the cheapest bid of those deemed responsible. It precludes staff from weighing different factors and selecting the contractor that provides the best value to the city. A determination that includes skills, training, quality, safety, and social responsibility. So I just want to say, in response to that, I'm going to be pursuing a charter amendment to add 2 words into the charter, into that line that I cited, so that we can have it read: each contract for public improvements or for supplies or materials shall be let to the lowest and most responsible bidder. Further, I'll be working with others and our legal department to determine any changes that we can make to the RCP in the meantime, to ensure staff are able to select the contractor that provides the best value to the city, not just the cheapest bid.
Councilmember Amlani.
Thank you. And this is, I guess, in response to some of the comments that my colleague had just made. Everything we've been hearing from staff and from professionals is that contracting is in short supply. Our needs are immense. Our budgets are tiny. And I know we have very ambitious, aspirational, and enlightening goals. It's the rubber's hitting the pavement at some point, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get everything we want and be able to afford it or even find it. And as you work on the language and the proposed changes, I just have that as a concern of mine in fulfilling the work that's being asked.
Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember, you're on mute.
I agree with the statements that Councilmember Iyer has made. My issue is with the process in terms of how far back was anyone looking at whether these contracts were responsive and were complete, Or was it just sort of a random occurrence that a council member looked more deeply into this contract? So do we have contracts from the near past, say the last month, 2 months, 3 months, where we approved the contract without this additional language? We all fill out forms, and after a while we know what part people are looking for, and sometimes we don't fill out every box on a form because we just don't have time. And so I just want to make sure that we didn't change the rules mid-process. So do we have other contracts that were recently approved that did not have all of this information?
I'll jump in. Yes, council has approved 5 RCP or responsible contracting criteria questions. 5 were awarded without the kind of scrutiny that's being provided in this Dunmore Waverly bid.
Councilor Griswold, you still have the floor.
So I'm just concerned that we're changing the rules in the middle of a bid rather than making it very clear what our expectations are at a point in time.
Councilmember Iyer.
Very briefly, I think the answer to that is there are new people on council.
Councilmember Ramlani.
Well, it just begs the question of these 5 that have been awarded, have they been awarded since this new council's been set? Any of them?
Yes.
And could you tell me how many of the 5 have been awarded since late November?
All 5.
Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I think that the issue is that this is the first, and I guess this is not really on the substitute resolution. This is a little bit of talking about the prior resolution, the one which we recently rejected by a substantial majority. This is the first time that I came to understand that a bid was indeed non-responsive. And I think what you'll find is that if prior bids, at least to my part, been known that they were similarly non-responsive, then they too would have been rejected. Councilmember Briggs.
I think I was just going to echo, or kind of echoing your comments in the sense that once we understand something is happening, it's our responsibility to pay attention to it. And so to the degree that we know about this issue right now, I think it's our responsibility to act appropriately and change our direction moving forward.
Councilmember Redina.
Yeah, thanks. Very briefly, I'll also just say I wanted to thank Councilmember Iyer for her work on this in drawing some of these questions forward. I know that I in particular look at these contracts every time they're on our agenda, and I know that Councilmember Iyer and I have had conversations about them in the past. I think for my part, this is the first time that the difference level in terms of responsiveness between the first bidder and the second bidder was so stark that it was quite clear that this is in fact a problem we need to be paying more attention to. There have been, frankly, contracts in the past that I think that they had some non-responsive questions, and I looked to the others in the packet and felt that there were similar problems. And so I think it's important for us to also state as a body that, we're expecting more from our contractors, particularly when we're looking at spending millions of dollars of public funding on these projects. I think, we need to set some standards around what level of responsiveness we expect in these questionnaires and to make sure that we're getting the answers that we've asked questions for. So thank you again, Councilmember Iyer, for bringing this forward, and I appreciate working with you on it.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just want to clarify for anybody listening. We actually do, if we were to get all of the contracts and all of these bids in all of their detail, I was told it would be hundreds and hundreds of pages, and we do not, as a matter of practice, get those as part of our packet. So these contracts had to be specifically requested. And this goes back to a comment I made earlier, which is to say that council only had access to 2 of the contracts in detail, and staff looked at all of them. So I just throw that out there as, I will support this because it's a Ward 4 project and it needs to happen, and I support it. But it is unfortunate that this is not going through the usual process and it's happening here at the table in this way. Thank you.
Perhaps we can call it a night on this. Roll call vote, please, on the resolutions, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
motion carries.
CA9, resolution to approve downtown street closures for restaurant and retail use, moved by Councilmember Rumlawi, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion, please, of CA9. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, I think this will get the support, unanimous support of the body. I appreciate the work Mr. Crawford and others on staff, the merchant associations who have been meeting, the DDA, and discussing this resolution, this summer programming of our downtown streets. This resolution calls for closures to occur beginning Thursday evening and lasting until 6 a.m. Monday morning, with ultimate discretion coming back down to the city administrator. If there's any reasons he sees things unsafe, things can be changed in the power that's reserved with the city administrator. The DDA has paid or has committed $90,000 towards the barricades and the bagging of the meters and on-street repurposing costs associated with these street closures. We've gotten a lot of emails and support from it. One survey, 98% of respondents are in favor and want to see this, and not only want to see it this year, but also want to see this type of activity reoccurring in future years in normal times. So hopefully we can learn things from this and implement them in better times, and not when businesses are down so much and people are under a lot of stress. And this here offers folks to dine with more comfort, and the businesses to begin a recovery. As you know, we're still suffering down here. Things are still quiet in the downtown and throughout the state, obviously, and in the world. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
So I was in these meetings with Councilmember Rumlawi and the DDA and the Merchants Associations, and I just wanted to point to how hard this group has worked in the past year. So well before I was on council, and I appreciate the work that everyone was so collaborative and trying to figure out like staffing. So even if, when this is approved, what does staffing look like with high demand, and especially now with the good news of vaccines being more widely available. So I just wanted to point out how we're in a different situation from when we were considering a street closure before, and how this is a really fun and collaborative project. I appreciated Councilmember Rumlawi pushing for a Thursday night street closure so that restaurants and businesses could be open easily open for Friday lunches without having to do a quick setup on that Friday morning. So I hope for everyone's support for this. I think it'll just really enliven our community, our downtown. Again, thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
I just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Rumlawi and Councilmember Song for bringing this forward and working with downtown businesses to bring this forward, and the merchant associations, and also to all of those who wrote into us and expressed their support. And also, I'm glad to hear that folks are maybe interested in seeing this continue in other times as well. I think that's part of us thinking about reclaiming our public spaces to make our community more livable.
Councilmember Ham.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to support this as it is. I know that I've had some, and I know this is supposed to have gone through the merchant associations. I've had some downtown business owners ask why it isn't even larger number of street closures. One example would be the East Liberty. Why it should go from Thompson to State instead of Maynard to State, and so on. That's just but one example of what people have suggested. And so I know there was some logic behind it arrived like this, but I got a feeling that the merchant associations are going to be getting reached out to by some businesses as things potentially open up or restrict, either way, to ask for even more of this. So obviously it's working for some people, and I think we'd like to see it work for some more. So I'll support this, and then the expectation is that there may be requests to expand this, and I would presume that would come back to council if that need be.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to respond to that, I mean, the merchant associations were involved with this, and I see Mr. Fournier has joined us. Thank you. He also worked on this. But the associations, the State Street Association is well aware of their members' needs, and this was not an easy thing last year. That's why we delegated that responsibility to the associations themselves, so they can understand their needs of their businesses better and not have the city be involved in those granular issues. But there are very many competing different interests, and that businesses between in the area you described, there were some businesses that did not want street closed because they wanted curbside available for their customers. So even in the same industry, there's opposing preferences.
Further discussion? For my part, I'm delighted that this is moving forward. Obviously, so many businesses were empowered to make it through the summer, fall, and part of winter as a result of seeding streets right of way to them for their usage. It enabled restaurants to survive, many other businesses in our downtown to survive, and obviously gave folks a place over the course of the last summer, fall, and winter to safely congregate outside. As we continue to start opening up further, as vaccine starts getting rolled out with more broadly, I'm looking forward to having folks downtown, and I concur that this is a program that I think will live beyond COVID because of its plain and obvious benefits. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. CA10, resolution to approve amendment number 1 to temporary employment agreement between Abigail Elias and the City of Ann Arbor in the amount of $15,000, moved by Council Member Griswold, seconded by Council Member Iyer. Discussion, please, of CA10, Council Member Griswold.
Yes, I've frequently been concerned about our rising legal costs relating to Gelman. In this case, I'd like to say that Abigail Elias definitely earned this money and probably more with the excellent brief that was submitted last week to the courts, and it clearly outlines a dual path. It also identifies communication problems, let's say mildly, for Gelman, where things may not have been presented exactly as they are, as well as attributing characteristics to the interveners that were not deserved. So I want to commend Abigail Elias and will be supporting this resolution.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject matter of the public hearing. Speakers do not need to sign up in advance. However, their speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Upon connecting, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected and once the public hearing at which you wish to speak has begun, please enter *9. *9. This will raise your hand to indicate that you wish to speak during this public hearing. Our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number when it is your time to speak. When it's your time to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 1.3 acres from TWP Township District R1A Single Family Dwelling District. Galapagos Night Property, 2731 Newport. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any of the callers with their hands up.
No one? This public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to amend section 12714 of chapter 12, financing local public improvements of title 1 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any callers with their hands up for this item.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, an ordinance to add chapter 122, fair chance access to housing to title 9 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor. Folks who wish to speak at this public hearing should note that it's my belief that amendments to the ordinance will be presented at council, which if relating to conformity, enabling landlord conformity with state and federal law. If those amendments are passed, then this ordinance will go back to first reading, giving folks an opportunity to speak again the next public hearing in a couple weeks' time.
Caller with the phone number ending in 185, do you have a comment?
Please enter *6 to unmute your phone, 185.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name is Aaron Kalustian. I own a rental home in Ann Arbor. My concern about this proposed ordinance is the landlord property rights. And I emailed council about this too. The one tool that landlords have is doing a criminal background check when they're looking for tenants. And basically this ordinance, the way it's written, will take that tool away from us. And I think that's a major problem. I had a bad experience with a tenant a few years ago, where we had a situation where ICE executed a search warrant on the house, and it was a scary situation. The neighbors were scared when it happened. So I've had a bad experience like that, and doing criminal background checks is the only tool we've got to try and keep the property and the neighborhood safe. And it's just taking that tool away from us. That's the way I see it. It's denying us, it's denying landlords any say in deciding, whether a person is a potential problem in the house and also in the neighborhood.
30 seconds.
And I think thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment?
You are unmuted. Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, and I just wanted to call to say that I'm real excited about this. I understand it might not pass tonight, but I hope that it passes at the next time. I think that it's a really important thing to do because when we talk about criminal background, we're talking about people's past, we're talking about their history, and that means that that we're talking about people who have served their time, and it simply shouldn't be the case that every time you're convicted of a crime that you get a life sentence. And if we allow people to discriminate on the basis of criminal history, then that's what we're telling people, is that every conviction that you have is a life sentence, because there will always be landlords keeping you out of housing. There will always be jobs that won't let you have a job and won't let you reintegrate into society. What people need when they have served their sentences is that they need our help in reintegrating into society. Ideally, I think it would be better if we gave them that help in the first place instead of taking them out of society so that they wouldn't need reintegration. I think we should change the way that we think of crime and justice, and we should give people help up front. But given that these are people who have already paid their debt to society, we should allow their debts to be paid and not discriminate against them in housing. So this is great. Please pass this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 898, do you have a comment?
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth McCreary. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of a company called BevTech Properties. We're one of the largest property management companies in the nation. We also own and manage hundreds of units in and around Ann Arbor. This is an issue that we have struggled with internally. I only have 3 minutes, but if you don't pass the resolution tonight, I would like to offer my assistance in meeting with council to share with you the ways that BevTech has been able to mitigate some of the second chances without putting the safety of our residents at risk. Quickly, I would just like to add, the reason the federal government has restrictions on criminals in subsidized projects or federally assisted projects is for safety reasons, for other residents, and to protect owners, lenders, and government bodies from potential liability. A government body, as you guys are there, is to protect the safety of the residents. I've been doing this for 30 years, and while I support second chance, I can tell you that at our properties across the nation, when we have crime at a community, particularly serious crime, rape, stabbings, illicit drug use, frequently it is a person who has a criminal record who has been brought into the community illegally by a family member or a significant other. And again, I'm speaking from 30 years of experience. So I would like to offer that I would be willing to meet with council to talk to you about ways that we have structured our rental criteria to be inclusive. So I'll just leave it at that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up at this time.
Anyone else would like to speak at this public hearing? Please enter *9 now.
Caller with the phone number ending in 587, do you have a comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Aaron Sigurnuma. I just want to thank everybody who's put work into this ordinance and getting it this far, especially the Councilwoman, Councilperson Nelson, Councilperson Grand and Radina, and all the other co-sponsors, the HRC, Margaret Radabaugh, and the other folks who have helped with this. I really hear the property owners loud and clear, but from the other side, I have to offer, another perspective. On the one side, I truly, truly understand that we live in a country that foundationally says that if we work hard enough, we can succeed on our own merits. And that's something that I think that we all hold dear, and not only raising ourselves on our own merits, but really helping to raise each other up as a community. And the fact of the matter is that most people who rent in Ann Arbor don't realize that they live in a gated community. The largest rental companies have policies in place that either bar people for 7 years or indefinitely, depending on the type of misdemeanor or felony conviction that they have. And as the HRC noted, 1 in 4 Americans has a criminal record. And this massively, shows up in people of color, especially Black men, where 33% of folks can expect to be incarcerated during the course of their lifetime. And one of the things is like, can you imagine what that does to individuals and families and their psyches? And so how that impacts people intergenerationally just can't be understated. So I'm speaking here today as a home owner in Ann Arbor in the Georgetown neighborhood where where me and my wife raise our child. I'm a graduate of community high. I worked at Zingerman's for years. I'm very Ann Arbor, So, been going to Jerusalem Garden ever since I came, since we moved here in 1992. But the fact of the matter is we've got about 200 people coming home from prison, over 3,400 a year going through the jail. The majority of people who get convictions, felony convictions, as a matter of fact, never are sentenced to jail or prison, which means that shortly after the time of their instant offense, a judge and prosecutor deemed that they weren't a threat to the community. So I guess where I'm going with this is that I myself am formerly incarcerated. I've been out of prison for 12 years. Since then, I've graduated from grad school. I've served on various nonprofit boards, and I'm committed to building a healthier community. The fact of the matter is that I believe in second chances, and that second chances need to start somewhere. The idea of categorically and systematically denying people access to housing is wrong. Redlining was once a standard and accepted practice, and I don't want to live in that era. So let's not look back at it. I urge the council to support this fair chance ordinance. Let's open doors and opportunities together and build a healthier community.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 501, do you have a comment? Caller 501, if you press *6, you can unmute your phone. Caller 501, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 205, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 205, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hi, this is Joe Spalding. I'm calling from Holland, Michigan. I wanted to say once again, thank you to the council members who brought this forward originally. Nobody, and that means absolutely nobody, deserves to be judged by the absolute worst thing that they've done in their lives. And, unfortunately, that's one of the side effects of systemic racism and how it was put together in this country, is that a whole class of individuals are perpetually punished for what is perceived to be by society the worst thing that they've done in their lives, no matter how much restitution they've paid. So I understand that this is going to be a struggle. In 2017, there were 3 big ballot initiatives across the country that were done by almost all volunteers. One was Medicaid expansion in Idaho, one was gerrymandering in Michigan, and the third was making Florida a second chance state. And frankly, the Republicans in Florida pushed back hard, gutted that voter approved initiative. And this is going to be a fight statewide and nationwide. And I just wanted to commend the council for continuing the fight on this one, on this specific issue, because it's important for all of the reasons stated. But and for me, absolutely, this is the tip of the iceberg of the problem of racism in housing. And when we have a lopsided criminal justice system that disproportionately harms Black and Brown citizens and residents, we're dealing with a system that's going to be more discriminatory against them in housing when they come out of prison, unfortunately, because they're more targeted. So, and I think we've seen some evidence of that racism from a landlord on this call tonight. So thanks a lot, everyone, and keep pushing for this one.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 501, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 501, press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Charlie Foster. I've been a landlord in Ann Arbor for over 40 years, and I've rented to people from Dawn Farms and a variety of people. But the thing that concerns me with this not being able to do the background checks are there's some people that when they release from prison, they can move on into society, and there's other ones that still struggle with that. And I think as landlords, we should have that right to have more checks put in the system than what you guys are offering us. That being said, I had a tenant about 10 years ago that developed a relationship with a prisoner, and the guy ended up being a predator. And when he got out of prison, he ended up taking her money, and he ended up murdering the girl. And not that happens to all people that are in prison, because some come out and they're constructive citizens. But if we could have some more checks on this and not just blatantly have no background checks at all, I think it would really help us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up, or they've already spoken.
Thank you. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 4, resolution to approve the ESA annexation 1.24 acres 201 Scioto Church. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any callers for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 5, resolution to approve Lewis Jewelers Site Plan 300 South Maple. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing? If you wish, please enter *9 now.
Mayor, I don't see any callers with their hands up for this hearing.
Being no one, this public hearing is closed. A1, we have before us the work session minutes of February 8 and February 22, and the special session of February 10, and the regular session meeting minutes of March 1, all 2021. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Ryer. Discussion, please, of A1. All in favor? Opposed? A1 is approved. B1, ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 1.3 acres from TWP Township District to R1A, Single Family Dwelling District. Outpost Night Property 2731, Newport. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of B1. All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. B2, ordinance to amend Section 12714 of Chapter 12, Financing Local Public Improvements, to Title I of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of B2. All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. B3, an ordinance to add Chapter 122 Fair Chance Housing, Fair Chance Access to Housing to Title IX of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of B3. Councilmember Grand.
Mayor, if I could interrupt.
Councilmember, yes, Mr. Crawford.
There was a question from council on this item, and we have Senior Assistant City Attorney Radabaugh here to introduce it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so this is an ordinance, as you just heard about, to end discrimination in housing based on criminal record. It would prohibit landlords from using a criminal background when they're screening applicants. And the idea is to give people with criminal records a fair shot at competing to rental housing. So we received a question this morning from Councilmember Griswold. The question was, if we make a change for landlords taking federal vouchers, will we have to make the change for all landlords? So the change that we did made would apply to all landlords. It's just that there's a specific federal requirements that apply to landlords receiving federal assistance. And so the change was made uniformly, but it allows landlords to comply with federal and state law when required to run a criminal background check.
Thank you, Ms. Radabaugh. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I feel like with the amendment that I know is forthcoming, I look forward to supporting this 3 times instead of the normal 2, which is great because this is such important work. I do want to thank Attorney Radabaugh, who's here. I know we have a couple HRC commissioners, Winkler and Cowan, who are here. We heard from the resident who really was instrumental in bringing this forward earlier. But one thing I just I don't think I have. There will be others who will say things, but we did have a comment that I think was really damaging. And before we bring forward that amendment, which I will certainly support and don't have anything to say about, because I know it was fully vetted by the HRC and our attorney's office. The neighbors who had to witness ICE coming in were not the individuals who were most harmed in that situation. My assumption is that the people who were taken by ICE were those who were most harmed in that situation. And so I just wanted to respond to that because if it was hurtful to me, I'm sure it was hurtful to others in the community, and just want to respond to that. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish, and then perhaps Councilmember Dish and or someone else can then bring the actual amendment, which is included in the packet. Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. I'd just like to make one additional clarification before the amendment comes up. And that is to say that the discussion we are having tonight is not about tools. If this ordinance passes, landlords will still have a very powerful screening tool in credit checks. This ordinance prohibits landlords from treating persons with criminal records as a suspect class. It prohibits discrimination. There is no right to discriminate. What must it mean to a person who has a crime on their record to find themselves locked out of society, whether they have served jail time or not? What must it do to a person to know that no matter what they do in the present, there will always be a cloud hanging over them from the past? They will always be a suspect. This is not about tools. This is about grace, which is something that we all need.
Right, Councilmember Hayner, then Radina, and waiting for someone to bring that amendment.
Well, thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Before we get too far down the line, I was going to move that we introduce a substitute or amendment, rather, the proposed amendment that was included in our packet as item number 4, fair chance access to housing ordinance proposed amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Radina. Is that friendly to the body? Any objection? Thank you. It's friendly. Councilmember Hayner, you still have the floor.
Thanks. So I appreciate everybody who brought this forward, and Councilwoman Nelson, I've been talking about working on different things in our tenure here, and you know, I was happy to ask that I was allowed to help co-sponsor this, and you know, I didn't do too much work on this, but we did receive a lot of information from folks in the last couple of weeks when they heard that this was going to be on the agenda. And so I took it upon myself to look into TransUnion and all the other background checks that are used by landlords, the various professional services. And there's about a half dozen of them I dug through, you know, based on some information that I received from a constituent. And there is an extreme difficulty in separating this information. It's in many of these cases, it's an all or nothing request that is made, you know, that wraps up a credit check, a background history, and all these other things. And so we recognize that landlords are going to receive this, and I think that our resolution, you know, and the resolution rightly recognizes that, and it also discusses the fact that they have to ask for these types of things from their tenants. So I think we're on the right track here with this. And I recognize the concerns that landlords have, but it's really not changing the way you do business if you're doing business fairly. And that's the bottom line. This is the right thing to do. It's the right goal to have as a city. And we just have to make sure that our language around it is implementing it properly. And I believe that it is. Now, we know that sometimes in situations where you have a felony offense, it does follow you forever. We have a sexual offender registry, but you can see that these folks are getting rental housing. If you look up the addresses, you know, you can find that public information. And so in some cases, it does follow you around, and there's nothing we can do as a city to prevent that. But what I would encourage folks to do is read this amended. Hopefully we can adopt this amendment. And I think that will answer the questions that these landlords, big and small, have had about this. And recognize that this is an important goal for us as a community. And, you know, there's no punishment for this, but that what we've done instead is create opportunities for people who feel harmed. And that's more important, in my opinion. So I'm going to support this amendment and this resolution. And I want to thank the folks who wrote it up and took the time to do so. It's just another step in making the vast majority of the, you know, well, not the vast majority, but majority of folks who are renters in our community, opening up opportunity for them and giving them better rights. So I appreciate this, and I think we should pass it.
Just for clarification, and it came quick, so I can understand the amendment was friendly to the body. So the amendment is, the main motion is already amended. Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. I appreciate that we've gotten a lot of feedback, both much in favor of this resolution tonight, and a fair amount opposed to it as well, and primarily coming from folks who are property managers, landlords around our community. And I have to say that some of for the most part, much of the feedback that we've gotten has actually filled me with more concern about what our current practices are. So I just like to read a few of those statements so that they kind of go in the public record. You know, here briefly, you know, one person wrote, considering the recidivism rate of criminals, we would not want to take a chance on exposing our residents to felons. We don't want the added worry of potentially having tenants with a criminal history occupying our property. If we don't have criminal backgrounds, there will be more unrehabilitated felons seeking safe haven here. And there's others, of course, but I would like to note that in 2016, and thanks to Attorney Radabaugh for providing this memo from HUD, it noted that the policy is, the guidance is already that a policy or practice that fails to consider the nature, severity, and recency of criminal conduct is unlikely to be proven necessary to serve a substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory interest of the provider. And so much of the feedback that we're getting from the community is actually in direct opposition to what current guidance is. But to the larger point of protecting our community and making it safe, which I appreciate that concern that folks have. I just like to point to the issue of recidivism. We know that that's linked to housing insecurity and to integration into society. And so if we're concerned about recidivism, there are issues. This is a step that we can take to try to make our community safer. And then I'd like to, one of the comments was on around being a gated community. And I point to, if we're not allowing folks this chance to compete fairly for rental housing in our community, what community are we suggesting that they should go to? Because we're explicitly suggesting that our community is not open to them, but this problem should be somebody else's problem, which I don't think is a very equitable way for us to approach policy issues. I trust that our criminal justice system has its many flaws, but it's not the role of our housing providers to play a role in our criminal justice system.
Councilmember Ramlawi, Regina, then Ramlawi on the queue, and let me suggest then that we comment, understanding that this is going to be coming back to us at our next meeting. This having been converted into a first reading after the amendment. Councilmember Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, I'll be able to be relatively brief because Councilmember Briggs mentioned almost everything that I was planning on saying more eloquently. And so instead, I just want to use my time to thank Commissioners Winkler and Collin and the Human Rights Commission, and also Attorney Radabaugh for all of the work that went into this. I came relatively late to this project. I know Councilmember Nelson and Grand have been working on this since before I was on this body. And just in the last week, I saw the amount of work and thought and really thoroughness that went into this by staff and by the Human Rights Commissioners. And I'm just in awe at the amount of work that they did to make this this step to make sure that our community is ending this form of discrimination. And I'm just really grateful for it. And you also reiterated my other point, which was that this is going back to first reading because of the sizable change. And so I look forward to supporting this tonight and again at our next meeting. Thank you.
Further discussion? And I guess since there was a reference to a substantial change, it is true that just for clarity for the public, the ordinance was indeed changed, but it was changed in a manner that was, for want of a better word, ratified by HRC, legal aid, and others for the purpose of enabling landlords to both comply with our ordinance and to comply with state and federal law. Is that fairly stated, Ms. Radabaugh? Excellent, thank you. Further discussion of the main motion as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved, and I know we all look forward to seeing it come back. HRC folks, thanks so much. C1, an ordinance. DB1, resolution to approve the ESA annexation 1.24 acres 201 South Church, moved by Council Member Dish, seconded by Council Member Iyer. Discussion, please, of DB1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DB2, resolution to approve the Lewis Jewelers site plan 300 South Maple, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DB2. For Dish.
I want to be just very quick on this one. This is a terrific proposal. Or site. What we are doing is approving the site plan for Lewis Jewelers Retail Plaza, which will be in the site that was partially occupied by the Quarter Bistro, and it will bring a over 24,000 square foot shopping mall, basically, with a suite for Lewis Jewelers and then suites for 6 other tenants. And essentially, This project takes a parking lot that has been inhospitable for pedestrians and it turns it into a walkable, bikeable site, which will have a number of different kinds of businesses, including the jewelers, possibly a coffee shop. Who knows what else is going to go into those suites. The north side of the building will be handicapped accessible. There's going to be a nice outdoor patio and there will be lawn areas. So this is a great, great change that I think we will all appreciate.
Councilmember Briggs.
Just briefly, I just wanted to thank Planning Commission for taking a look at the drive-through component of this and not moving that part of the proposal forward, because I don't think that would have made it more walkable. And as a future point of discussion, I think we might want to consider the role of drive-throughs if they're appropriate as special exception use. And now that I'm not on Planning Commission anymore, I can't bring up that issue there.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. C1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code zoning of 1.2 acres in PUD planned unit development to R4C multifamily dwelling near North rezoning 700 North Main Street. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Dish.
Again, super quickly, this is the 5th site plan to be submitted on this site since it was rezoned from office to have housing on it. So there's been a lot of different projects, some of which didn't work because of financing, others of which didn't work because all of a sudden floodplain maps were changed and they became unviable. This latest plan is very exciting. There will be 2 rows of townhouses, 22 total. They will be linked by a courtyard. There will be lots of open space. It's going to look great from the street. There will be electric heating in 80% of the units, all but the corners, which will be heated by natural gas. And the developer is providing 23 full EV charging stations, which will cover every space in their underground parking. And note, the parking is going to be underground. This is more than our EV ordinance requires. And they're doing this because this is a planned project, meaning that, and I don't want to go into the weeds there, but they've asked for some site plan modifications because the site is shaped like a wedge. And so they had to throw in a couple of sweeteners for us to approve that. And they will have EV ready spaces outside on the upper parking, the non-underground parking for visitors and whatever. So again, another project that's really pretty exciting and that will fill in an area on North Main that has been empty for a long time.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. The only thing I'd add to that good summary is, this has been a sort of a stress site for a while. And, really the Four Oaks Avalon thing that was what was sitting on there as a PUD, it wasn't really a viable project, right? So that was an attempt to come up with the funding in a very stressful time. And so, there shouldn't be any concerns that we're leaving a PUD hanging out there like we have had in other situations. The planned project modifications, I guess the only thing I'd say about that is they asked for those to increase the setbacks, so they got a couple more units out of it. There wasn't any substantial complaints from the neighbors about it, and that's fine. And planned project modifications is something that I understand at some point it'll be coming back to council, because right now we've set up this sort of a pick one sort of thing, and it's affordability or sustainability, and it's easier to build in sustainability, I believe, for developers. And so I think we're going down the road where they're always going to pick sustainability versus affordability, and that's fine. But I think we need to define that, and the recognition that planned project modifications are sort of a thing that we should probably do away with. It may be growing on us, but in any event, it's nice to see an empty lot. It was essentially a brownfield type lot, even though it looks kind of green right now, being redeveloped in a critical area there, close to the train station and close to downtown and Carytown and so on. So, we welcome this addition to our housing market rate, though it may be, and look forward to having that filled in. Thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. C2, ordinance to amend section 946 of chapter 1, dog licensing of title 9 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Graham, second by Councilmember Rumlowy. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Rumlowy.
I would just like to thank staff and their clerk for this forward-thinking policy here and bringing us in line with better customer service to our residents when it comes to licensing their dogs. And so it was just an acknowledgement of appreciation of bringing this into the 2021 way of doing things. So thank you.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Approved. C3, ordinance to amend chapter 460, chapter 47, streets of title 4 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Rumlowy, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of C3.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've talked a lot this year about snow removal and complaints that we've been getting surrounding snow removal. This resolution I brought in response to many constituents who had sticker shock with fines they were issued after failing to comply with the city ordinance of clearing their sidewalks. And in some cases, some residents were hit with more than one ticket in the same week, which not because they were ignoring their responsibilities, but just bad luck and the discretion that's given to the officers issuing the tickets. That being said, there is a $40 court fee assessed to these fines. So the city's portion prior to tonight, or including tonight, is $100 for the first offense, and the $40 court fee, the recipient of the tickets would have to pay $140. In this case, the city's portion would be reduced to $60. The court fees would still be $40 for a net of $100 to the person, the property owner receiving these tickets for failing to comply with our snow clearing ordinance. I wanted to bring this now while it was still fresh. I appreciate Councilmember Nelson's questions on this item. As we can tell from the response, there was almost 1,000 calls to community services, community standards, that is, for code enforcement when it comes to sidewalk clearance, which is by and a far much higher than any other time in recent memory. Anyhow, I hope to get support from this body in reducing that first ticket issued to property owners to $60 from the current $100.
Councilmember Briggs.
I guess I just had a question for Councilmember Rumlowy on this, perhaps in terms of why now. Obviously, staff, we just directed staff to take a look comprehensively at our policies, and I could imagine certainly our enforcement procedures and rates, all that might be something that might be included in that. I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I just was. It seems like it's part of our package in terms of thinking about, we obviously, our ultimate goal is to make sure that our sidewalks we have a connected network that's clear throughout the winter. And as much as I just like to ask people pretty please to do that, sometimes it requires a little bit of enforcement. So, why now as opposed to thinking about it in terms of other policies or procedures might get shifted?
Oh, I appreciate the question. Why now? I guess now is better, as good as any time. This is a small lift by staff. I felt it was a good time as any, like I said. The direction that we've given staff to go and look at our policies currently, I don't think really addressed this small issue with the enforcement and the fines that are assessed. We're looking at cost and feasibility and piloting some programs. But I don't think that directive really had a prescription for fees and enforcement on the fees. So I feel it's separate from that greater body of work that's going to be done. And, might as well get the low hanging fruit, picked while we can and move on. Again, this is still going to keep the second and third offenses, the cost of those high, substantially high. It's just for the first time offenders, instead of 140, just being 100. And it feels, like I said, it's as good as any time to get things done.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to thank staff for the education that's been done and the postcards that were sent out. Ideally, I'd rather get to proactive enforcement. The idea right now that we expect people to complain about their neighbors and then the neighbor receives a $140 fine when there may be 10 other homes in the neighborhood that don't get fined because no one has complained about them. Just seems very unfair. So if we can lower the fine to $100, that seems reasonable. And while we do have a comprehensive program to ensure that our sidewalks are snow and ice free in the future, part of that solution may be that we educate the public, we have better enforcement, and we have a solution for low-income elderly who are unable to do it themselves. So there are a number of different options that we're looking at. And so I just think that this proposal tonight is consistent with the direction that we're moving in long-term.
Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. I just wanted to offer a little historical perspective since I'm one of two people who actually voted for this. So I think when we had the Pedestrian Safety and Access Task Force make these recommendations, there was a lot of concern about just having some teeth in the ordinance so that people understood that we value as a community that our sidewalks are clear. And there was a real emphasis, especially for, just on mobility issues that I think we're now probably more comfortable with today than we were in the past. And so I think, part of what we're doing with taking this more comprehensive look is important. I'm comfortable with this as like a stopgap measure. I think when we do the comprehensive assessment, we'll need to look at all sorts of things. If we do determine that we're not able to clear sidewalks as a city. But I have seen myself that enforcement is incredibly uneven, and this winter has certainly raised a lot of issues around equity, seeing the places where in my own ward that at least anecdotally there is a pattern there, and it's not one that I'm particularly comfortable with. Also, I think one thing that we didn't anticipate is that there would be a neighbor that would complain about someone and then that they would go out and ticket, someone 5 houses down where there was snow drift from maybe the original offender. So I think there are some unintended consequences. I'm comfortable supporting this, understanding that we're going to be taking a much more comprehensive look at all of these issues going forward.
Councilmember Rumlawi, and then perhaps this is first reading. I'm sorry, I got Councilmember Hayner before Rumlawi. My apologies on the queue. I didn't see it up there. Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, thanks. Just a comment. I want to appreciate Councilwoman Nelson's question about frequency of violations, because when our talk with the chiefs and deputy chiefs today, we talked about the community standards and the police putting together data that is more accessible to us in more real time. And so I would encourage us as we move forward, if we adopt this at second reading, that we look into a relationship with community standards where we can find out there might very well be a reason. It might be absentee landlord, whatever the reason is. It might be a senior citizen who can't get out there and do it. And so that maybe somehow we can request that reports come back to us from these community standards complaints in this ticketing process, so we can reach out to these residents, not just hang them out there with the ticket fee in hope that they'll change their behavior, but find out why it is that the behavior is this way, and what can we do about it? And this ties in with the concerns that we're having about, snow clearing generally, trying to hook up good citizens with people who are unable to clear their sidewalks for whatever reason, using an app or whatever else. And so I'm hopeful that we can, take better notes. You can see when you look at the complaints that were listed that they vary wildly from year to year and month to month. And so I'm not sure what that tells us, but I think if we had the grain of the address associated with it, I think we'd learn more. That's all. I think it's part of a general look we need to take at parsing our data better as a city and a community.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thanks for the opportunity again. Appreciate the comments that have been made by my colleagues that we want more education, and seems like this will get support here at the first reading. And I appreciate Councilmember Painter's insights on folks who are maybe repeat offenders who need help in other ways, and finding other ways that we can help folks that can't do the work themselves that affect everybody else in the area. So anyways, sounds like it's a pretty positive discussion, and thanks for the support.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Is approved. DC2, resolution for community events fund disbursements from the fiscal year 21 budget, moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Griswold.
I've been trying to look at all of our resolutions and actions as much as possible from an anti-racist standpoint. And so I'd like to suggest that in future years, we also consider the Juneteenth celebration and the African American Festival. I know that these are very popular events and well-deserving, but I would like to see a little more equity in our disbursements. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
I do want to respond to that comment. I know Sarah Higgins, who basically does all the work for this program and meets with us a couple times when we tell her how wonderful she is and ask a couple questions and come forward. So thank you to her. These are, I know that the African American Festival is one that has received funding annually, that Ms. Higgins reaches out to all groups who've received funding in the past and make sure they know well ahead of time about the ability to apply. It's just that this year our allocations are limited just because of COVID. So if there are other opportunities for events as they come up, I could see where we could even be coming back if they were able to be done safely. But it's I appreciate the comment, but also know that anything that needs money to offset some of the city cost, we consider all applications as part of the process.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I just wanted to add as a clarification, I did look back and the African American Downtown Festival did not apply this year. And I believe in our meeting, Ms. Higgins said that she reached out to the people who had received funding in the past and let them know you can apply. They did not apply. As far as I could see on the spreadsheet, Juneteenth has never applied and never been funded. I'm not sure why that would be, or maybe there aren't that many expenses because, streets aren't blocked off. But so there was no directing of funding towards any particular favorite organizations, and we gave the money to the people who applied for it.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I didn't mean to criticize in any way. It was just an awareness where I thought we should at least ask the question. So I'm happy to get the answers. Thank you.
It was not taken as a criticism.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC 3, resolution to commit marijuana excise rebate funds.
Excuse me,
Move
Mayor.
five. Yeah,
Can we possibly take a break? We're approaching 3 hours at this point.
I don't mind taking a break. It's 9:54. Let's come back at 10:04. welcome back. We are back after a short break. DC4 resolution, DC3 resolution to commit marijuana excise tax rebate funds, moved by Councilmember Hayner, second by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the co-sponsors and staff in helping craft this piece of legislation for us to consider tonight. Back in October of 2019, Council had a lengthy debate on whether to opt in or opt out of the sale of recreational marijuana. I think the vote was 9-2 to opt in at that time and allow for the recreational sales to occur. We knew at that time that there would be excise taxes collected and given back to the municipalities who opted in. But at that time, we did not know how much would be coming, and we knew it was nothing to make plans for. It's a non-recurring revenue. That being said, within the last few weeks, we had received notification from the state of Michigan as to our share of the nearly $46 million that was collected in this excise tax. And the portion for Ann Arbor represents a whopping 1%, which is pretty significant considering the minuscule fractional we receive in the formula. But that being said, in those discussions in October, we talked about how we could perhaps use this money in ways for social justice issues, mental health issues, substance abuse issues. That time now has come to fast forward to today. And so I reached out to Councilmember Nelson and Councilmember Hayner. And once we received that news and quickly got to work in drafting this resolution outlining why we think it's important and where we think this money should be directed. In the whereas clause, in the second whereas clause there, it lists 4 bullet points. It won't necessarily go through them all. It is rather prescriptive. It's not overly prescriptive. We wanted to leave it up for the professionals and for members of our community, including ICPOC, to weigh in on this matter to better prescribe exactly where the need is greatest, and hopefully work with other agencies in the county, in the state and federal government, with other programs that perhaps may be available. But really, this is hopefully my intent and my wishes is to see this money go to programs that currently don't exist, that this could be used in ways that is innovative and is responsive to the issues we hear from our community based on the need for unarmed emergency response. And I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramlawi gave a pretty good summary of this, and I just want to reiterate that this is, for me, this is the beginning of a conversation, and the fact that it is, I would argue that in the context of our budget, it's a relatively small amount, but I was excited about it based on the conversations that we heard around the presentation we heard from the Housing Commission of something like $234,000 that was being directed to unarmed response, and conversations around like how that wasn't really enough to think about contemplating big solutions. And I'm hopeful about some of this money perhaps supporting efforts that are already underway. We talked, Councilmember Ramlawi, Councilmember Hayner, and I had a lot of discussion about how to craft this resolution in a way that described generally enough for creativity to happen, but specifically enough for it to go towards the goals that we really were aiming at. And I think we landed in a good spot with significant help from staff. I want to give a shout out to Ariana Slay, who reminded us that, I wasn't aware of this, perhaps Jeff and Ali were, there actually is administrative cost and fees around expunging records. So if Ellie Sabat has a policy of expunging records, then it's not an automatic win for people there's a process. And so offering support to people who are going down that path is something that's specifically referenced in this because of input from staff. So I just want to reiterate that this is, I hope everybody will support it. I feel like it's the beginning of really good conversations, and it's sort of intentionally vague in places, but hopefully specific enough that we're moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on that last point Councilwoman Nelson made, essentially, I think what we're asking this body to do is agree in principle that that this goes towards community uses. So when we saw that excise tax refund portion was coming back, they instantly started thinking, what can we do with it based on the conversations we had before and needs that have been identified. So I went out and spoke with growers and retailers and other people in the industry and looked at what other communities have done. We said, well, how would you like this money to be spent? And overwhelmingly, to the last person, the comment was, it must be spent in a way, it must have a community use. It must do public good in areas that are underfunded, unfunded, or have a great need in our community. And so, that was where we started with that. And it was, it's somewhat easy to identify those. We've had, calls for funding in mental health areas. We've had calls for funding in, at-risk youth, which I thought was a great thing that Councilman Ramwali put in there, programs for substance abuse intervention and so on. And so we're asking you to agree in principle to this. It's for the 2022 budget. So I know we're putting a little bit on the city administrator, but I think at the very least, we should consider that we match what Ms. Hall was able to come up with in her grant to get that project going. So in talking with the police about their response, and I said, how would you feel if we said that? And they are all on board with that. They don't like to be the primary response when they have an EDP or a suicidal subject call or something. They would love to be a co-respondent or also suggest to us ideas for the types of calls that they would say we'd rather not do, or we'd rather be only a co-respondent on. And so we have a real opportunity for partnership with our police to get the kinds of things moving forward that we want with them. And this is certainly one of them. And because it comes through 911, there's going to be some relationship with the county, of course, in there. But I think it's perfectly optimal to suggest that these are good community uses, and that it goes for community good, which not only tempers the notion that recreational marijuana sales in our city are an evil, you might say, but it also really puts that to some good use that is underfunded. We don't have this kind of discretionary funding falling to us every day. I know it's essentially a general fund return from the state, and yet I ask you to support us in targeting these areas. And I want to thank Councilwoman Nelson and Ramali and everybody else for jumping on to sponsor this. I think it's great that there's interest in this and spending this money for these community goods. Thank you.
Councilmember Rodino.
Thanks. And I want to thank the original three sponsors who put in a lot of work in drafting this, and Councilmember Ramlawi and Nelson in particular for engaging me in dialogue around this over the last week. I think rather than repeating all of the reasons that they've already stated as to why I think this is a positive step in the right direction, I was glad to join out as a co-sponsor. I think that there are, I think this is a great start. I think that there are, I've already shared with all of them other things that I think we should be supporting as a community, but recognizing that this is a relatively limited pool of money. I think that this is a good starting point for us and for us to provide some direction as the budgeting process plays out. And also, I just think it's also important to note that the community is paying attention to this and responding as well. Council members Iyer and Griswold were with me at a Survivor Speak protest this weekend, where this came up as a positive step that council was taking to help support communities of color and Black residents in particular, who are generally negatively impacted by some of the drug enforcement and the war on drugs that has taken place in this country. And so I am grateful to see that we are going to take this money that we are getting from this industry and invest it back into the community that's been most impacted. And so thank you all for your work on this. And I am proud to join as a co-sponsor, and I'm looking forward to voting for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the statements of Councilmember Rodina and ask to be listed as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. I certainly appreciate where this is coming from and plan to support it. I do think, looking at this, that there are places where I feel it's too specific and places where I feel like it's not specific enough. You know, I do get a little uncomfortable, honestly, in resolve clauses, even though we're saying we're not committing to certain things, calling them out. I do feel like there's an engagement piece that's missing as in a resolved clause here that I think we heard from Ms. Duckworth earlier in our meeting about how important it is to engage with members of the Black community in terms of getting their input. There's also, you know, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but there is an absence of any language that refers to race. And I think when it comes to this issue of of the war on drugs, it seems odd to me that you know, when we talk about populations that were disproportionately impacted by marijuana drug laws and other drug laws, you know, we're talking about fair housing and about, you know, percentages of Black men that are incarcerated, and that has a lot to do with this. So so I'm hopeful. In the admin committee, we've been working on some ideas for how to be a little more transparent in our processes. One of them was, you know, talking to different groups, different commissions and council liaisons to commissions. So, you know, housing was brought up, and I would hope that can be a tool that could sort of, you know, just shed a little more light on the process in the future. But I think overall, if we're giving great discretion to staff and understanding the intent, I'm comfortable supporting it. I just, you know, wish there was something about engagement in particular in here.
Councilmember Song.
If I can, I just want to give a little bit of context on what's going on at the state level. So the state's marijuana regulatory agency has designated 184 Michigan communities disproportionately impacted by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. So they have a social equity program in place, and in Washington County that includes Ann Arbor and Ypsi. And we're included because we have populations living below poverty level, and we're in a county with an above average rate of marijuana convictions. And that really speaks to a sobering statistic. So let's speak directly to the impact, the disparity on how these policies have impacted BIPOC communities. African-American residents in Michigan, in the state of Michigan, African-American residents are 3 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana crimes than white residents. And that matches the national disparity. And we should also note that disparity persists even as arrest rates drop in states where marijuana is legalized. So I'm hoping with this resolution that upon implementation, we can directly address this disparity, that it's tracked and reported to council, and that it meets our own strategic goals when it comes to equity work. I also hope that we can look at, when we speak to innovative grants, that we can look at how in this program, the social equity program, the state gives licensing discounts to participants, including those with marijuana misdemeanor and felony convictions. So they actually give discounts based on past conviction histories. So, I mean, we could do things like match that discount, and then we can hopefully more fully address racial and economic disparities as a result of past marijuana enforcement. Thanks.
Member Briggs.
I just wanted to say thank you to the original co-sponsors of this. I think this is good resolution in terms of creating a new fund, really recognizing past issues, creating a fund that we can then specifically dedicate to restorative and alternative strategies for public safety and community support. I think that pairs well with what Mayor Taylor was discussing at the beginning of this in terms of bringing forward a resolution for moving forward with an unarmed response. We know that that's an unfunded need, and I appreciate that there's many unfunded needs around this area. I think that, you know, we've had some past controversies in our community around taking general funds and dedicating them to kind of identified unfunded needs. But I think this is important. important work and important for us to begin dedicating funds towards it. We know we're going to need more. So thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, thanks. Just to follow up on some comments, and it's all good comments. I'm real happy with the positivity around this. And the very first statement says, whereas federal laws related to cannabis marijuana have disproportionately targeted people of color, disadvantaged communities of color, and people of lower socioeconomic status. I mean, we recognize it's evident and named that we recognize who has really had the most harm from the war on drugs. And then further down, we talk about these innovation grants. I kind of visualized sort of a micro grant program where people have really interesting ideas. And then right below that, we ask our administrator to seek supplemental funding. So what, Councilwoman Song, what you were talking about, these federal grants, like that's that opportunity there. So hopefully that it does, it's tough to know what's going to be in place, we have the COVID rules, we have other rules, we have marijuana rules, state rules, federal rules. It's hard to know what's going to be in place. So hopefully, Mr. Crawford, you have in this resolution enough to act on this in a meaningful way and to take advantage of those opportunities that are out there also as the law was written. So that's our hope in this. And I appreciate everybody's support and enthusiasm for it.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll echo Councilmember Hayner's appreciation for the conversation surrounding this resolution. It's rather positive and appreciative. We did call it out in the first whereas clause of the concerns that Councilmember Grant has raised, and also throughout this resolution. I think it's implicitly implied in this to where the benefits of these funds would go. It's going to be going to the people that have been most greatly affected by the devastating war on drugs. And whether we're, again, in those 4 bullet points, we're talking about at-risk youth and expungement, mental health, substance abuse treatment programs. So hopefully inherently that it does affect and get to the people that need it the most, and that there's enough here that the city administrator can go on. Again, this is for the fiscal year 22 budget, so we still have several months to get a better plan in place and hopefully get some of those matching dollars that Councilmember Song had talked about, or others that might be applicable to this, and really get something special going here, so we can have people say, look what they're doing in Ann Arbor, look what they're doing in Washington County, instead of us saying the other way around. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
So whereas is non-binding, so it actually doesn't address my concern. But I do have a question about the stakeholders from the co-sponsors, which when you, in your conversations with staff, or maybe staff I'd really like to know who staff is going to reach out to work with this, because I do have concerns about not being duplicative, because we do often get calls from people who are asking us to do things that the county does better or that the nonprofit community does better. And I feel better supporting it having, I don't think it has to be in a resolve clause, but knowing who the stakeholders are who are going to actually have input. We can have ideas for days, but I hear a couple of things that concern me. One is kind of an assumption that it's just going to be spent on X without talking to groups, and others it's like it could be spent on anything. So who are the stakeholders that you're going to talk to?
Welcome.
We don't have a plan yet for that. As you, if this passes, I would envision trying to get a group of people together, including some of your boards and commissions like Human Rights Commission, ICPOC, but also envision some members of the courts, I would say, members of the leaders of the Black community. I would view all of those as members, but people we would reach out to. But I really haven't developed that yet. But welcome council's suggestions if you have more.
Councilmember Song.
I have suggestions. So Grand Rapids has an amazing program, and they actually speak to how they develop a stakeholder program with nonprofits, local businesses, and how that works with the courts and collaborating with city when it comes to zoning, licensing. But when I spoke with folks, I learned that the most progressive program when it comes to social equity and reinvesting in a community using this windfall is actually in Illinois, and it's a program called Restore, Reinvest, and Renew, and it specifically speaks to restorative justice work. And then you can there's actually a map where you can see the organizations that are collaborating with participants. So should you take a look, I would recommend taking a look at Grand Rapids program and the Illinois Justice Projects program.
Mayor, may I add?
Please.
This sum of money, so staff we've got to figure out what we want to pursue. If we are looking at supporting an unarmed response type model, that would be a substantial effort of staff commitment to look into that and to coordinate with some community partners in that regard. We could probably do a few other things looking at that, but I think we have to be realistic about what we can run off and do this year on top of everything else we already have. But if we could, we could certainly try to do a couple of other smaller programs. But if you would like to point to priorities, it would be welcome to hear what you're thinking. But absent anything else right now, I've heard a lot of conversation about unarmed response, which would be a pretty significant effort to help evaluate.
Councilor Hannah, I see your hand is up. However, you have spoken twice on this matter.
Yeah, sure. I was didn't know if that question was addressed to one of the original writers or sponsors from Councilwoman Grand.
Thank you. Councilmember Radina.
Thanks. I'll just briefly state for my part, I know that Councilmember Nelson and I spoke about this at least briefly with the Human Rights Commission, and Councilmember Song and I discussed it at the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. And so I know that we're also making sure that groups are aware of this as this is going through the process. My assumption, and maybe this is a question for Administrator Crawford, is that by delegating this, by essentially taking these funds and putting them in a separate account and using them for these purposes, that we would still go through a relatively normal budgeting process where we would have to engage with stakeholders in order to determine where the money is spent. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm hearing, interest in separating the funds, which means that they could be encumbered, but they would not be expended until we came back to council with the program, and that will take as long as it takes to come up with a program, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I'm delighted to support this and thank the original drafters for taking the initiative and putting it together. Would like myself to be added as a co-sponsor. I think we in Ann Arbor have long recognized that the war on drugs was a failure, and worse than that, frankly, it was an effort that destroyed communities. And individuals' lives, and that the legalization of marijuana has been a small step to reverse the tide. The use of these monies, which result from marijuana's legalization, in connection with restorative and alternate strategies for public safety and community support, is, I think, entirely proper, and it's something that I'm glad that we're going to be doing going forward. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC5, resolution to amend and restate the 5-year general service agreement between Recycle Ann Arbor and the City of Ann Arbor with the residential customer recyclables collections estimated $7,392,746 as amended, with the option for a 2-year extension, estimated additional $3,193,892 as amended. Moved by Councilmember Radina, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of DC5. Councilmember Rumlowy.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, keep this brief, I hope. I know that we were told about this when we approved the contract at our last meeting, where the cost of acquiring the trucks has gone up, and they need to pass along those costs to us, unfortunately, in this arrangement. I just hope that the care and the maintenance done with these trucks will improve from how they were treated years ago. Taxpayer dollars here, lots of them, helping support a nonprofit and getting to our community goals. And that I hope that the use and the maintenance of these trucks is done in a fashion as if they were being paid for by the organization itself, the way I pay for things myself in my business. So anyhow, that's all I got to say. Just hope these assets get treated well.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I wanted to say about this really has less to do with the contract. I noticed it when we were advancing the other one, the previous meeting, and I assume that something would have been said, but here's a situation where we have a nonprofit who retains Hooper Hathaway as their law firm. I don't know how many of these we have. We've had a couple come by where, and I know, Mr. Mayor, that we've spoken to this in the past where there's no relationship between the partners and the business of your firm. And I assume that's the case here because there's never been a request for recusal. So I just, at some point, I think it's great that we have a big firm in town that does a lot of work, right? And so it just jumped out at me again. I was like, oh, we got to notify Hooper Hathaway if something goes wrong with this contract, as well as our city attorney. So I just want to hang that out there because people ask me all the time about concerns, because I've recused myself on several land deals, for direct financial consequences. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to say there's nothing going on here. I assume there isn't.
Oh, you're very kind. And actually, I hadn't gotten to that level of, they're not a client that is at all connected with me at the firm. And so I did not even know that they were a firm client.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
I hadn't gotten to the bottom, but the point does bear repeating. The way that my finances work at the firm, the work that comes in and that is performed by other attorneys has no bearing on my compensation. I
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And I should just double confirm that is an arrangement that I have communicated with over all these years with city attorneys, and they've continued to ratify that it's proper for me to participate in this context.
It would not be a direct financial interest under the rule.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC 6 resolution regarding recognizing Transgender Day of Visibility, moved by Councilmember Adina, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DC 6. Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the body in allowing me essentially to bring this forward as a resolution as opposed to a proclamation by the mayor, as many of our days normally are. I think it is worth restating once again kind of our values as a community, but also I think marking Transgender Day of Visibility I think is an important piece of our ongoing education and awareness of our transgender community and the issues that they face here in Ann Arbor and throughout our country. 2020, since we last saw this day, 2020 has actually had some pretty enormous successes. We had a Michigan woman, Amy Stevens, who won a landmark decision at the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, she passed before that happened. The 2020 election cycle was a record-breaking year for transgender candidates being elected to office. But yet, as you'll see in the series of whereas clauses in the resolution, our transgender community here locally and nationally continue to face disproportionate levels of discrimination and harm. And so what I also want to state, I think unequivocally, and is that this cannot be the start and the end of the work around the issues that the transgender community face, particularly Black, Indigenous, and other people of color who are transgender, who see even further instances of harm. But in keeping with that, I have luckily had conversations with a couple of transgender activists here locally and with our LGBTQ liaison, and we're going to be sitting down here in the very near future, I think later this week actually, to start talking about some of the ways that we can address some of these issues here locally. Some of them are systemic issues that will require broad changes, obviously homelessness, where transgender individuals are more likely to be homeless. Those are going to be huge systemic issues that we need to tackle, but there are other issues that we can tackle even in our enforcement of our non-discrimination ordinance, making sure that there's awareness of non-discrimination ordinances even at businesses and things like that. And so we're going to be discussing a variety of things that we can hopefully bring forward to begin addressing some of these issues. And I hope that in future iterations I will have this body's support in addressing some of these, so that in future years we can be celebrating the transgender community and not also going through this process of listing the significant harms that they continue to face because of the discrimination and oppression that's happening. So thank you so much, and I hope that you'll all join me in supporting this and celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility on March 31st.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to recognize all of the advocacy of Michelle Hughes in this area and request that I be listed as a co-sponsor, please. Thanks.
Councilmember Song.
I just want to echo my support and also reflect on when I brought this up with community members, how meaningful it is to parents with transgender children, meaningful to my own children's friends and peers. And I'm really glad to see that we are a community that's supportive in action and in word. So thank you. Oh, and if I may, if I could be added to as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just real briefly, I appreciate seeing this. When I first saw it, I read through it, I thought, I knew we were flying the flag already. So I see that in the first resolve clause, it says continue to fly the flag and on the 31st. So I appreciate that. And then also, equally so, the second resolve clause after that, where we are directing the city administrator to ensure that all operations of the city are centered in the values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. And I want to, obviously I'm going to support this, and I wanted to call that out, especially because, it does seem sometimes to folks in our community that we're not. I know we've made that commitment to, and I think it's never a wasted opportunity to double down on that or triple or whatever the case may be, and say that we do want to center these things. Like I saw I got a kind of a disturbing email where somebody had expressed some concerns about the population of our Ann Arbor Community Academy being a certain way, and that way was very white. And and I thought, okay, well, there was an opportunity to integrate DEI and other concerns about race into our processes. And another instance of that was a couple weeks ago. We got the administrator's report, and it said that we still haven't implemented the Rooney Rule internally that we voted on as a body, that we interview for front office or higher up management type positions, persons of color and other persons from traditionally overlooked communities. And we how long has that been? We haven't implemented that. And so I just think I really appreciate that second resolve clause where we reiterate our commitments to the DEI processes. So thank you for that, and thanks for writing this up. Much appreciated, and it of course has my support.
Councilmember Dish.
I would like to thank the co-sponsors for this this resolution, and I would like to be added as one, please.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'd actually like to echo some remarks from Councilmember Song, because this is more meaningful to those of us who have children who are old enough to be aware of the relationships that they have with people who are transgender. And it's been it was remarkable to me to see my son's experience of such a better understanding of really everything around this issue. than I remember from 30 years ago. I think everyone sitting at this table has some memory of how badly things were misunderstood 30 years ago. And so I think that this is really an opportunity for those of us who are older, who remember a terrible way that things used to be, to make a real effort to move forward. And I want to say that I'm really optimistic about the future just based on the conversations that I have with my own children. And I know that that's true for Councilmember Song as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, and I appreciate the second chance here. Actually, Councilmember Hayner reminded me of a couple of things that I should have mentioned. There are a couple of resolved clauses here, and I recognize in engaging with some of our local transgender residents that obviously these resolved clauses do not go nearly far enough in resolving the issues that are addressed in the whereas clauses. And I think largely because there's a lot of work that needs to go into addressing some of those things. But I thought it was important to, particularly because since the last time this may have come forward, we do have a new HR director, we have a new city administrator, although he is not new to the city. We have and frankly, I think having this conversation at the table is just really important around highlighting what our values are in the work that we do and how they should truly be centered in all of the work that we do. And I think actually I'm going to commend Dr. Stoltz at OSI for doing that, frankly, and leading, and I would say modeling that behavior in much of her work already. And then I think also the second resolve clause that's worth noting is some work around just continuing to evaluate our non-discrimination laws and policies for any necessary enhancements, and specifically calling out some work that's actually already been started with the Human Rights Commission, but to evaluate our process for reporting and to make sure that reporting is easier and accessible, and that residents are aware of it. And so I thank the administrator for working with me on those things, and to make sure that that process is actually already starting before we even pass this today. But thank you, Councilmember Hayner, for pointing out those resolve clauses as well.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thanks. This is coincidentally, I was just having a conversation with my son last night about displaying pronouns and why we do that, and why I was explaining to him why I do that here in city council meetings with my name, and he's a 14-year-old boy and he gets it, and it's really heartening when you think about how the kids who are teenagers now and younger are growing up with such a better understanding of these issues. And I'm proud to vote for this. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, I'll echo the praises, and I thank Councilmember Radina for bringing this forward and using it as an opportunity to continue the conversation around what we need to do better in our community to make sure that we are the inclusive community that we want to be, recognizing that we've come a long distance, but we have a long distance still to go. I hope we can use this as an opportunity to, as you mentioned, with new HR director coming on, taking a look at what our own internal policies are when somebody comes to a front desk, when somebody, using an opportunity to have conversations within our police department about what our local response is. And so I appreciate this work, and I would love to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Further discussion? I would like to thank Councilmember Radina also for his leadership on this, and was delighted to join him. Discrimination against transgender and gender non-conforming folks is of course contrary to the values of our community, but it is similarly and tragically commonplace. And we, in passing this resolution today, I think make an important expression, and that is to say that that this isn't a place where discrimination against anyone in our community who is transgender or gender nonconforming is acceptable. And we as a municipal organization are committing to do more to protect those members of our community, and we're encouraging other members of our community to express their values and their support for their community members who are who suffer invidious discrimination of this kind. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. We now have a closed session under the Michigan Open Meetings Act, including but not limited to labor negotiation strategy, purchase or lease of real property pending litigation and attorney-client privilege communication set forth or incorporated in MCLA 15.268C, D, E, and H. They have a motion, please, to go into closed session for the purpose of Mr. Postema.
Yes, the purpose is, I could have cut it down for you, Mayor. It's pending litigation. It is a federal lawsuit entitled Sarah Wimberly and Shellen Wimberly versus the City of Ann Arbor et al. The federal case is number 213341.
I have a motion, please, to go into closed session. Moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Hainer. Discussion, please. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Grant.
I think it's Councilmember Dish, but I'm good with whatever.
You are so right. My apologies. Councilmember Dish, thank you.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hainer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're in closed session. Thank you. See you on the flip side.
go back into open session. Moved by Councilmember Medina, second by Councilmember Rumlawی. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are back in open session. May I have a motion, please, to open up the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Graham, second by Councilmember Dis. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember, I'd ask that you consider adding a resolution regarding a case called Wimberly versus the City of Ann Arbor, Federal District Court case number 20-13341. And once that's added to the agenda, you have it all. I will read through it and then explain briefly what happened in the case so that you can discuss it. And it is a settlement and a release of all claims.
May I have a motion, please, to amend the agenda to add resolution regarding Sarah Wimberly and Shannon Wimberly in City of Ann Arbor et al. Moved by Councilmember Gish, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is amendment is approved. We have before us resolution regarding Sarah Wimberly and Shannon Wimberly, the City of Ann Arbor et al. Eastern District Federal District Court case number 20-13341. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawی. Discussion, please, Mr. Postma.
Council, for your consideration, this is a resolution requesting a settlement agreement and release of all claims for a total of $50,000. The resolved clause is simple, as you've had in other cases that we've settled. Resolved that the City Council authorizes the City Attorney to fully resolve the case entitled Sarah Wimberly and Shannon Wimberly versus the City of Ann Arbor et al. Eastern District Federal District Court, case number 20-13341, with acceptance of a full release of all claims and dismissal of all claims with prejudice by the plaintiffs, and a payment by the city to each of the plaintiffs in the amount of $25,000. The city attorney and the city administrator are authorized to sign such a settlement agreement and release along with the mayor and the clerk. City attorney is authorized to sign any other documents needed to dismiss this case, which will be a dismissal with prejudice. For the benefit of the council, this involves an action by the Ann Arbor Police Department, and it was a lawsuit where the plaintiffs have sued for damages based on the fact that the members of the Ann Arbor Police Department entered their home at night without their consent, breaking down the door and entering their home, which they assert is a violation of the law. This incident took place when the police were responding to an emergency 911 call, claiming a home invasion in progress at another apartment in the same general building complex, and with that resident specifically consenting for the police to break down the door to immediately aid them. When the police went in, the error was found out. The police immediately apologized and obviously went to the other emergency, and they stayed with them, and the door was eventually fixed the next day. This is a federal civil rights lawsuit. I've had discussions with the attorney, and they brought forth today a settlement offer that we brought and discussed, went over with the council. And this type of settlement in specific is a type of settlement where the City of Ann Arbor acknowledges the distress that the action caused by the plaintiffs and is providing a payment to symbolize that acknowledgement and to aid the plaintiffs in their healing from this incident. And so certainly we recognize the unusual situation that happened in this case. And so I brought this agreement that from the plaintiff's attorney through discussions that I've had with him, and I bring it for your consideration, and certainly under the circumstances, believe that you should consider it.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Approved. We now have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. Post by the communication today from our city attorney.
Mayor, I just highlight communications that the clerk was kind enough to put on, which is the first of the public memos that the council has wanted me to do. That has been attached. The other one, I had hoped to get both of these, but I had a rush of activity this weekend on other matters. And the second memo that you've requested, I'm hoping can get out in a day or two, and it will likewise be attached in a similar manner. And so you will have both of what you've asked for 2 weeks ago, and they're substantial memos each, but each of them has a summary analysis that people who don't want to wade through all of it can get a summary of this issue. So you've asked for it, and now you have one of the two, and you'll have the other. So thank you for your continued interest in this area.
We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273. 2148 942-1273-2148. Once it's connected, please enter star 9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending in 205.
Hey, this is Joe Spalding. Real briefly, I wanted to thank Councilmember Song for mentioning Grand Rapids, and they've done quite a bit when it comes to equity, and a lot of that's been due to the work of my friend Danavia Mojet and the Black and Brown Cannabis Guild. And I just wanted to put that name and that organization in y'all's ears, because they've done a lot of work from criminal expungement fairs to helping Black and Brown folks go through the approval process for getting dispensaries approved, as well as the new micro licensing that's been going on. So if there needs to be a really, really quick brain dump in terms of getting a bunch of information when it comes to cannabis and equity, Danavia Mojet and the Black and Brown Cannabis Guild will probably be a very, very good place to look if you're already looking at the success in Grand Rapids. Thanks, everyone.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, Fifth Ward. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I wanted to thank council in general and the sponsors in particular for the Dan Bnell resolution. Mr. Bnell has been instrumental, along with Roger Rail and other CARD members, in researching Gelman and advocating for a better cleanup, particularly including his recent spearheading the effort to convince this body, the City Council, and other elected officials to go forward with requesting EPA involvement. We finally have all elected bodies, city, Scioto Township, the county, Ann Arbor Township, rowing in the same direction. Hopefully at the meeting on Thursday, Governor Whitmer will hear loud and clear that both citizens and elected officials want the EPA involved. On the Deponio contract issue, which was discussed tonight, I applaud Councilmember Iyer for doing the hard work of vetting some relatively obvious issues with a bid that staff seemed to miss. It's kind of reminiscent of what Councilmember Lum used to do. She didn't toot her horn quite that loud, though. The difference was the new council, is I think the phrase used. She used to just get accused of micromanaging. maybe that campaign pledge didn't go quite as far as you thought in terms of letting staff just do their job and leaving them alone. I assume you asked the lawyer working with you to research the possibility that Deponio could sue for not being informed of the defects in their bid so that they could cure before you go with the next bid. Because I can tell you from experience that the big Macomb County construction companies are a very litigious bunch. And just from a process standpoint, if any member of the public were to want to have any input here, how would that be possible given this substitute resolution? I do really appreciate, and I want to emphasize this, that I do appreciate you doing the work to start it and to get the original thing voted down. But there was no harm in leaving it go till April. What if, for example, the sub company just ran into a big financial problem or something like that? I do assume that staff vetted all that, because going forward without doing that would be a little hard to deal with.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? If you are on the line and you wish to speak at public comment, please enter *9 now. *9.
Ann Bannister, do you have a comment? Press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I would like to echo the public comments from Glenn Nelson from the beginning of the meeting and thank Council for passing the resolution to commit marijuana excise tax rebate funds. But I would also like to echo what he said about urging Council to pass a resolution to stop opting out of the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act as soon as possible. Improved services to at-risk youth are particularly important, especially now during the pandemic, and we should be improving our ability to provide professional mental health assessments and to guide youth to needed therapy and other medical services and divert them from the juvenile justice system and into the healthcare system instead. So now is an urgent time for Council members to support better mental health services. The purposes of the Federal Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act, as Glenn told us, are to prevent health plans from discriminating against those needing mental health or substance use disorder benefits. And by opting out, our city is reserving the right to discriminate against employees needing mental health or substance use disorder benefits relative to those needing other medical services. So the decision to continue to opt out enshrines an unethical position into policy, and mental health parity is widely accepted as a right. Senator Debbie Stabenow is nationally recognized as a fierce and effective advocate for parity, and we should be joining with her rather than rejecting her position. In addition, the decision to opt out hurts Ann Arbor's reputation among those who we would like to be associated with. Jurisdictions known as progressive typically do not opt out. For example, no jurisdictions in Massachusetts and Minnesota opt out, whereas jurisdictions known as conservative and less welcoming to diversity are more common to opt out, such as Texas and Utah. So thanks again for passing the resolution, and in the near future, please introduce a resolution to stop opting out of the Mental Health Parity Act.
Thank you.
have one caller on the line who hasn't spoken and their hand is not up.
Caller 464, if you wish to speak, please enter *9 now. *9. Seeing no one further, public comment is closed. Are there communications from council? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Rumlowy, second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Beaudry, thanks.